Hello, 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 legends. How is everyone doing? Can you hear me well? Can you hear the tunes? Let me know. If you haven't already, let's kick off the live stream with destroying that like button. Let's see, guys. Good morning from Denver. Good morning, sup, Matty, my man. What is up, legends? Alrighty, we're in for a nice live stream today. We got a lot to discuss. So much to discuss. Bitcoin just swept the lows again. So this should be pretty interesting. You are looking handsome, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we're going to have a kick-ass live stream today. Sorted out a couple more tunes. It's just going to get better and better and better. And so I think we're going to maybe do a record today. A record live stream. Those are my expectations. So let's see, guys. Let's see. Nice energy, full energy. Oh yes, full energy today. Full energy today. It is currently just before 3 p.m. in Dubai, and we're going to be doing this probably until the evening. It's going to be a nice one today. So let's talk about the Bitcoin price action, as everyone seems to be wondering whether or not we can get another big move to the upside, because we talked about it over the course of the past few weeks, guys. Everyone was getting very bullish back above $80,000, and my bearish stance has remained exactly the same. And that stance is that Bitcoin will be going lower over the course of this year, in my opinion, of course. Now, before we kick things off, please remember that nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Now that we got that out of the way, we need to take a look at what Bitcoin is trying to do here. And we've effectively created this low and swept it out multiple times. But if you watched my last video, or if you're in my premium group, you'll remember that this actually isn't the area that I personally am looking to go long to hedge my big short position in this market. Tuning up and ready. Hello, mate. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, guys. Let's discuss what has been going on here. So, just to give a quick recap as we kick things off, we got a nice move from the 60K low. This was always going to occur in the form of a bear market relief rally. Still think that that is exactly what we're seeing. There's a couple people that are maybe a little bit more bullish here, thinking that, okay, the bounce will occur from around this zone. And honestly, I wouldn't disagree. We are approaching a pretty interesting zone on the chart. So despite the fact that my higher time frame analysis is the same, and you can see I am giga short here, we're getting close to $500,000 trade. I talked about this publicly. I wanted to make this a $500,000 trade at the very least, and we're getting close. We are getting close here. Guys, reminder, this trade was also shared within my community. If you want to see how I've been trading the markets, you know where to find me. DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram, and I'd be more than happy to add you into my group. It is free so long as you've signed up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below. But as you know, Bluffin is my go-to. Now, I think that Bitcoin can actually get a little bit of a bounce more locally here. And there's a reason for this. First and foremost, I made the observation in my latest YouTube video that Bitcoin has some liquidity to the upside, but we are approaching some very key levels. Number one, the anchored VWAP from this pivot low. When you form a significant low in the market, price tends to go ahead and tap into that anchored VWAP from the low. And in some cases, price also tends to go and react at the anchor VWAP from the high. This is from the bull market top. And you can see where Bitcoin got a massive, massive reaction right as we went into that level. And this is actually where I went short. Now that we're at a big pivot low, we should be seeing some kind of reaction at this level if it doesn't occur from this current zone that we're at. It's not only the anchored VWAP from the low, but as I highlighted in my latest YouTube video and within my community, if we take a fib from the 65K pivot up to the top here, what do you notice? It's a confluential zone with the golden pocket. So I would be expecting Bitcoin to have some form of reaction there if we can tap into that level later on during the live stream. Now, not only is that level important, but right below that level, we have a crucial daily level for Bitcoin. So if I go on the daily time frame, it's no surprise that Bitcoin got a very strong reaction right at around $70,700, right here. As soon as we tapped into it, we flew up, and then we had a very nice move to the upside. That level also has its own confluence with the trend line that we're trying to hold for continued potential bullish momentum for Bitcoin. So, to recap, this zone is highly interesting for me to take a potential trade. It doesn't change what I think could be happening over the course of this year. And that is still, irrespective of if Bitcoin gets a bounce here, I think that that happens. I think these lows will be swept. And I think that over the course of this year, Bitcoin will be going below $60,000. You've heard me harp on about it time and time again, but nothing has changed from that perspective. I still firmly believe that to be the case. We've seen horrible underperformance compared to the stock market, but as I've explained multiple times, this is standard bear market price action for Bitcoin, and I'm going to continue trading the market accordingly. So guys, what you'll notice is from the liquidity perspective, we have a lot of shorts in this market. That makes me a little bit nervous. Do the market makers really want to nuke the price from here before grabbing some of that upside liquidity? And you can see just how this is starting to pan out. So, from a probabilistic perspective, I think that we could be seeing Bitcoin jump down to just around that $70,500, $70,700 level. And from a risk to reward perspective, I like looking for a reaction at that level, targeting some upside liquidity, wiping out the longs, wiping out the shorts, and then going right back down. I 127 watching and only 26 likes. That's obscene, guys. That's obscene. Today's gonna be a killer live stream, so we gotta step it up. 28 likes, unbelievable, guys. You know, it was pretty flat. Volume started increasing. I think we trend lower here. I think we trend lower. Good morning, Matt. Your #1 fan is back. I read your comment, my man. I read your comment. Darren Mitchell, smash that like button. You know the drill. Hey Legend, amazing stream with the three of you guys. I watched it yesterday and gives much more clarity about the coming period. I hope you're doing well. Keep up the good work, Beast. Yeah, Corwin. Guys, if you didn't tune into the stream on Friday, we had a fun little live stream, myself, Devolt, and Andy. And because they came on the channel, I wanted to basically let them hopefully steal the show a little bit, because you guys know my thoughts on this market. They are Elliott wave legends. And I don't necessarily trade Elliott wave theory. Some of you guys ask me why I don't, but it's because I simply don't need to. I've been profitable in this market without needing to add new strategies, and honestly, simplicity is the best possible thing that you can have when it comes to trading. So understanding your own strategies, and if you do have that edge, that winning strategy, then there's effectively no reason to add more to the plate. There's no reason to do that because you end up overcomplicating yourself. With that being said, they do Elliott wave, and from their perspective, it's funny, a lot of the things line up with what I've been saying as well. So basically, the thought process is creating some kind of low in June, getting a bounce from the low, and then chopping around over the course of the summer, maybe getting a little bit of a move to the upside before a further low. So what it could look like is something along these lines. Maybe we come down to this $70,700 level. Then we have this anchored VWAP, the daily level. Guys, this is a pretty big zone in my opinion, because it would also grab a lot of downside liquidity. Get a nice bounce, a bounce of a few $1,000s. Liquidate tons of shorts, and then I think we're going to go and hit those lows. I really do. You guys know I don't shy away from what I think could be happening in the market. I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again, but ultimately, I really do think that the probabilities favor the top being in here, at least locally. Now, the difference between what Andy and Devolt think and what I think is, after this low, wherever it happens, occurs, they're also potentially projecting another big move to the upside. In my opinion, I don't think that will happen. I think that if we are to tag 65, 60K lows, we'll probably get another bounce. And from that bounce, a lot more chopping around. This is bear market price action. I get it. It's boring. It sucks. But I make money in this market regardless, and from a swing trading perspective, guys, it's just been look for swing shorts in the market, and that's it, right? That is it. Too crowded. Yeah, so that's what I think. It's a little too crowded in terms of shorts. Now people are starting to flip more bearish, and so that's why I personally want to see a move down here and then a pop to the upside before rolling over again. That would be my best scenario, because on a pop to the upside, I would probably end up adding to my short even more, which sounds obscene. Legend Goth, gosh, my 200 EMA is looking different from yours. I don't know, man. I'm not using a 200 EMA. I don't believe so. If you're talking about 200 EMA, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I was using the 200-day SMA. So simple moving average, not exponential. I use the simple moving average in the bear market, at least, because I like the reactions that we've been getting from there historically. So it's helped a lot with trading the overall structure here. Ada Love. According to Benjamin, Bitcoin has fallen below the bull market support band, and it's unlikely Bitcoin will go back above 74K. Ada Love, the thing that you guys got to understand, look, nothing bad to say about Benjamin Cowan. Great analysis, and if you're just a long-term investor, solid guy. However, he doesn't trade the market with leverage. He only does spot portfolio. I'm a leverage trader, but I also have a spot portfolio. And, you know, his short-term speculations tend to be a little bit more nuanced than the higher time frame. So what I will say, and I'm sure you have paid attention to this as well, but what I will say is that back in the previous bear market, or one of the previous bear markets, if I can find it. No, it's not this one. I'm gonna pull up a new Bitcoin chart. Was it this one? No, it was this cycle. So you can see that what basically happened in 2018. There we go. So in 2018, what happened for Bitcoin was we lost the bull market support band and we dropped significantly down to around $7,000. And guys, this would just mean that we're living in a simulation. If this happens again, it would be absolutely obscene. So Bitcoin dropped here after losing its bull market support band, which my expectation is that, you know, the drop continues a little bit here. We hit around this $7,000 level. And then we had a decent move to the upside. I know I'm on the daily, it doesn't look that big, but from the low to the high, we had another like 11% pump for Bitcoin, which is funny because that brings Bitcoin right at around 7,700, 7,800. The reason I say it's funny is because if that were to happen, it would look something like this, where Bitcoin drops to, mind you, the confluence level that I have highlighted already on the chart. And we get a bounce to up here, 77, 78 maybe. And we grab this upside liquidity. So we come down, we grab the downside liquidity in line with what happened in 2018. We pop right back up, $76,000 to $78,000. No one has a crystal ball. No one really knows, but you can see a nice cluster up there. Then everyone's like, oh shit, we're back. And then we nuke it. And then from this move from here, that's when those 60K lows, 65K lows will be breached, in my opinion. So if this happens, guys, you heard it on stream. We live in a simulation. I'm just going to be looking to trade this. Can you please see BNB? Is it criming? Yeah, BNB, I think they do this because of all the recent speculation for hyper liquid, which we'll talk about in today's stream as well. Crazy, crazy performance, guys. Doesn't seem to matter. Just popping. Some of you guys were asking me in my community as well, like, hey man, what do you think? Should we be shorting hyper liquid? Guys, this is an all-time high breakout. So you guys know I like to play this, but I like to play it when we get acceptance. And what that means is you wick above the all-time high, you get acceptance. And right here, this looked like a textbook setup. And it's very easy to trade these because you have a very clear invalidation. What I mean by this is, let's say you were looking to go short. The trigger would have been a wick and a daily close below the previous all-time high, which is what happened on May 21st. Then you enter, your stops are above the high, you give a little wiggle room, and you try to see if you can ride it on the way down. The next daily candle was a great one. It looked, all right, we're gonna deviate back into the range, but no. So I like these setups simply because the invalidation is so easy. You know when you're wrong, because if the price starts moving back above the previous all-time highs, which we have, easy invalidation, super, super easy invalidation. So your guess is as good as mine as to when a potential top could be. But this is one that I'm going to look to accumulate in the depths of the bear market. Yeah, I saw someone message me as well on community on my Telegram regarding lab, but like it's like where do you even start with this, right? Yeah, Rick Ty. I'm glad too. I mentioned it, and it's my I don't know what happened there. It's my duty to mention it because I was looking for the opportunity. Oh, look at that. There's a little bit of sell pressure on hype. Do, 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 do. I have some bot commands. I want to test them out. Hmm. Guys, I just pasted something in the community here. If you take a look at the stream comment section, I'm devastated to share that we are no longer #1 in the War of the Whales competition. So currently, I don't know who this is, to be honest. I haven't really looked into them. But we are ranked second, and current rewards are $21,000. But this is a $5 million trading competition, and the more that we move here, the more that we can win as a team. So, guys, we have to beat this guy. We have to. We were #1, and now he just creeped ahead. So, if you want to sign up, I left a link in the description down below. Let's get to that 4 mil on bluffing, guys. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Corwin. Let's do it. I mean, I have to say, guys, I am very proud of the community that we built together. Obviously, the community couldn't have been built without you guys, but it's pretty insane. We have to put things in perspective. You know, Jason Casper is #3 here, and he has a massive following on social media. I have 18,000 subscribers, and somehow, some way, we've managed to squeeze into the top 2. So this just shows how active you guys are. The other thing, which is very impressive, it's not just about trading volume. There's thousands of teams, thousands. And when it comes to team P&L, which is also important because we want people to be winning their trades, you don't just want to trade. That's silly. If you scroll down here, we are, where is it? We are in the top 15, but now I can't show it. I can't show it. But we were in the top 15 teams for profitability as well. I cannot show it. That's annoying. Hopefully we can refresh that and it works. I'll ask them to show more. Lab looks more, yeah. I don't know about lab, to be honest, guys. So there's a couple things that I'm trying to change here with the YouTube setup. Music. Can you guys confirm whether or not the music is a good level? Like, can you hear me well? Is it overpowering? Is it too low? Because on my side, it's pretty loud. I just want to make sure that it sounds nice for you guys. We only have 167 people tuning in today, but I think it's because I am quite early here in Dubai. I will be live for the US market open, which is in approximately 2 hours and 15 minutes. Awesome. Bing bong. Sounds good. Awesome, guys. Thank you for the feedback. Music blends your voice. It's a bit overwhelming. Okay, I'll turn it down just a little bit. There you go. All right. Good morning, new month. Let's cut our losses and make money this month. My man, what losses? What are you talking about? Cut our losses. I don't have losses to cut. I'm just playing. That's not meant to sound condescending. I'm just playing. I've had losses, tons of them. Good morning. Are you buying the SpaceX IPO? No, I am currently not looking into that much, to be honest, but perhaps I should. It is, a lot of people are speculating that that could be the potential top for the stock market. I heard on the stream that you take some profit. Are you looking to add to your short around 76, 77 to the 60K range? Yes. Yes, I am, but probably a little bit higher if I get it. This is the thing, guys. A lot of people don't like the fact that I don't take too many trades in the market, but when I do, I size in pretty damn big. So I like to just sit on my hands. This trade has gone through like so much before getting to this point. And right now, if I were to add a TP on my trade, let's just say if I were to just add like 65K, that would be a 250K P&L on top of the 350K. So that would put me at 600. Let's see what we can do with this one, to be honest. But I've added on the way down, and what can you do? A good trade still going. Thanks for bringing alts up. Of course, yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about some alts. You mentioned hype and number of videos and that a few alts are going up and might be opportunity for short. Yeah, so we'll talk about hype a little bit more later on in the live stream. We've just covered it, and basically the idea is an all-time high break. It's too risky. Guys, this thing could just keep going up. It really can, right? So, and I think it's a great project. I really do. One of the only alts that I'm looking to potentially accumulate in this bear market bottom. And you guys know me, I have been vocally bearish on alts for basically a year and a half at this point. So I'm not someone that talks about alts regularly, but it has caught my eye. Is it too risky to open a short scalp now, in your opinion? Dennis Tennis, my man. So first and foremost, nothing that I share on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I am already in a massive short. I don't think that this is the level where you want to FOMO short, even though we can break down. The reason I say this is because, as shown on the screen, my expectation is that we can tap into this anchored VWAP from the 65K pivot along with that fib that I highlighted at the beginning of the stream. So from the low to the high, we have that fib up here, and it's perfectly with the golden pocket. And so I think that, yes, it's likely, based on what I'm seeing here with this price action, that this range can break, but I'd be looking for a bounce around this zone because we have that anchored VWAP, we have the fib, the golden pocket, and we're getting very, very close to a daily level. And for those of you that like trend lines, take a look at this. If I ignore all the wicks and I draw the trend line as I did, we're tapping into that trend line. So honestly, $71,700 into $70,700 is a pretty interesting level to play a potential bounce, bearing in mind that we also have a lot of liquidity getting built up, but that would flush out the more local liquidity. So I guess the strategy from my perspective, despite being in two short positions, you can see I have one here on weeks where I entered lives on the live stream, guys. And this is what I mean when I say I don't enter too many trades. On the live stream, Clarity Act, everyone was super bullish. Look at the entry, $81,500. Everyone was super bullish, but these events tend to mark local tops, and that's why I went short. So this one and this one, but to summarize, it's probably going to look like a potential long, keeping in mind that because we are in a bear market, I risk way less capital on longs than I do on shorts, and then a potential addition to short and or a new short if we are to grab some more upside liquidity. That's my game plan at this point. The probabilities of breaking the highs at this point going into the summer are relatively low. So I like my odds here. The record live stream that we've done on the channel was just over 6 hours, and I'll get some caffeine in me a little bit later. I think we could do it. I think we could beat the record today, especially if we get good price action. This is an interesting move down. We've swept the lows. I think more is to come. Any thoughts on Ondo? I have no thoughts on Ondo. I shorted Ondo before the liquidation event. No significant thoughts on Ondo, to be honest. I haven't, like, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I haven't looked at, the only altcoin chart I looked at recently has been Ethereum and Hype. And that's it. Don't have to overcomplicate it. I know a lot of people that are still knees deep in altcoins in the bear market, hoping that we get a massive bounce so they can offload their positions. But it's a tricky place to be stuck in, to be honest. I've advised against it. My non-financial advice was to not speculate on alts, but a lot of people are sold the dream of these massive returns and massive gains, and we're seeing a shift, a healthy shift in my opinion, towards real products, real usage. And I'm not saying Ondo isn't, a decent alt, but what I am saying is things that actually generate significant revenue, like Hype. You can see how it's been performing. It's been completely outperforming Bitcoin. So we're approaching some important levels here, guys. I'm going to refresh this. I can't believe we're in second. We got to reclaim that #1 spot. We have to reclaim it. Do. Good music. I am glad you guys enjoy the music. I just paid for some non-copyright music, so this should be hopefully spicing things up in the future. Sorry, late for the live stream. Is there a trading comp? Yeah, there is a trading comp, and we are currently ranked second. Guys, I left it down below. If you look at the chat, that's how you can register. You have to sign up with my link and then register to this competition. And you just click register now. And there's tons and tons of rewards. The more trading overall, the more rewards are generated. And right now we're splitting I think it's a $20,000 pot, but the total prize pool for this competition is $5 million. There's still 13 days left for this competition. And we are ranked #2 out of literally thousands of teams. So pretty proud of you guys. Obviously, I contribute to this as well with my trading. So I think I'm doing my fair share in helping the team out. But I think we could hopefully win this together. Wakas, my man, just because you send Wakas, I saw your message, but you sent tons of question marks. And that's why my bot removed you. I'm playing around with this thing called Nightbot as well, so it can help me out. And look, those of you that are actually trading with a lot of capital, you've asked me as well, like, hey man, is Bluffin safe with a lot of capital? I mean, I trust them with my capital here. So the answer to your question is yes. I really trust this exchange. I wouldn't be promoting it otherwise. Better than all of them, better than BitUnix in my opinion, better than a lot of the competitors. And I'm not paid to say this because I actually trade here with my own money. My spot buy levels for hype will be shared within my premium group, guys. All my trade insights and my spot portfolio, those kinds of things, everything will be shared in my premium group. If you want to join, you know where to find me. Links in the description down below, guys. It's completely free, so you have nothing to lose to join. The only thing that I ask is that you're trading on one of the exchanges that I have down below. And Bluffin is my go-to, but there's other options for those of you that can't access Bluffin as well. Dropping, dropping, dropping. One of you guys, that's a great question. That's a perfect question, my man. Legend Goth. I'm just gonna pronounce it because I can't pronounce the S for some weird reason. The team that overtook us in the rankings, one user is doing 60% of the volume for the team. That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. I mean, look, I'm contributing a lot as well. I have a couple of whales that are also alongside us helping out, but we'll do our best. When is the right time to quit your job and go full-time trading? Guys, I've talked about this before. It really depends what your current financial situation is and where you're located. How much money do you need to live? Because I've I would never advise anyone to just quit their full-time job and go trading without having significant capital saved up and without having proof of successful trading. So I didn't just miraculously quit my job. I was already making very good money with my job. I used it to supplement my trading. And the reason you do this is because if you rely solely on trading, all of a sudden you start rushing into setups, you make poor decisions because everything is on the line and you need trading to work for you to be able to survive. So the way that I have approached it has been slowly but surely get more and more into trading, use my capital from my other sources of income. And once I had my edge in the market and I have proof of consistency, proof of results, then I thought, okay, I'm going to do full-time trading. And after that, I started my YouTube channel. And here we are today. So that's kind of my approach. A lot of people have been asking about how to go about it, and that's it, guys. That's it. I would never recommend, like, if you're in a tricky financial situation, and guys, this is not financial advice, just sharing my thoughts. If you're in a tricky financial situation, it makes absolutely no sense to just drop everything for trading, because the odds are you're going to put yourself in a worse situation and it's going to be very, very, very stressful. And most people cannot trade well under that kind of stress, the stress of needing to make it work. How difficult is it realistically to make a 10x in trading? This is the thing. You need to have proper risk management. And in order to make a 10x with at most 5% of your trading portfolio per trade, which is even already aggressive, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of compounding to be able to get there. The issue is most people just want to do it in one singular trade and then they get absolutely wrecked. So it's not the way to go. Realistically, several years. But once you have the skill, it's incredible, because I know sometimes I joke around about how I'm tired and doing live streams and trying to extend it, but at the end of the day, I'm doing this to help you guys out. And if I wanted to, I could effectively just not post on the YouTube channel and not do anything and just go hang out with friends at any time of the day, anywhere in the world. But that's only fun for a little bit of time, and you need something to work towards. And so that's why I'm trying to grow the YouTube channel as well. I want to make an impact in the crypto industry, a positive impact. It takes 6 months to find a job, then you should have 6 months of expenses saved up and some extra capital. Yes and no. You also have to have proof of success. Even with 6 months saved up, if you're not disciplined enough to really like learn it, then it's just not for you. And again, it can take an emotional toll. A lot of people struggle with the emotional aspect of trading. The emotions can be crazy. I struggled with it at first. Everyone does. Great collab on Saturday. Do your guests have a joint channel or each their own? They are Mind Pillar Markets, so they have a joint channel together. I'm actually very good friends with them. A lot of the tools that we create are under the same infrastructure, so Mind Pillar Markets. But yeah, it's interesting how we all have different trading strategies and we all come to the same conclusions as to where Bitcoin could be headed next. What is going on? How to set the VWAP up. No worries. We can go over that. So VWAPs work the best when you take a significant pivot. And there's no better pivot than the recent one when Bitcoin went down to $60,000 or just below. So it's as simple as you go on TradingView, you go under the forecasting, or sorry, not forecasting, but you click this button, this arrow, you go down to volume based and you go anchored VWAP and you take it at the lowest point, and there you have it. You literally just click at the lowest point and it'll already take from then to the price action of today. And that's currently what I'm eyeing. I feel like I've instilled a dangerous mentality because I'm seeing how many of you are asking about when to short a specific altcoin. Guys, as I've said, I've made a lot of money shorting altcoins, and the time to do it was actually when everyone was very bullish on alts, but now a lot of people are bearish on alts, and it's almost like an overcrowded strategy and trade. It can still work, but I'm a little bit more hesitant. Look at what happened with Hype. A lot of people are interested in shorting Hype, and I talked about it, but it's a real product with real revenue, real profits, and they buy back their tokens, and it's significant. But we didn't have acceptance below the previous all-time high. I mean, Hype just wants to go. Hype will do what it wants to do. Look, we dropped below once, right back up. So it's a dangerous game, especially if it's actually a legit product. And they have $3.7 million worth of buy pressure in the next 24 hours, which is pretty significant. They have their ETF. Hype has some ETFs as well. You can see that there have been some inflows, right? Versus the Bitcoin ETFs, nothing but outflows over the past little bit. So easy. Do we need... Yeah, of course you need other... Guys, I wouldn't just put one indicator on a chart and say, oh, this is it. This is it. On the higher time frames it can work, but you have to wait a long time before we get to the level, and I always look for confluence. So the confluence in this case, and confluence, if you don't know what that means, it basically just means looking for multiple levels that line up together where you can expect a reaction. So you have the anchored VWAP from the low, you have the fib from the 65K pivot to $82,800. Check it out. Golden pocket right into the anchored VWAP. So this is a confluence zone. Then you have the trend line right below it along with the daily level. So I'm looking at this zone. That's the zone of interest for me. I'm being patient. In the upcoming 20 years of crash, can Bitcoin fall or outperform stocks? I'm not even going to answer that, my man. 20 years crash. I know that there's the thesis of us playing in much larger cycles, but I can't give you the answer to that. If we have an upcoming crash, everything will crash. But like we've seen in bear markets, historically Bitcoin underperforms the stock market. But when the good times come again, I think Bitcoin will outperform the stock market as it has been doing cycle after cycle after cycle. Good morning, JS Togi. I only really use the VWAP on the higher time frames. And a good example of when I use the VWAP, the anchored VWAP that is from the all-time high. We just about tapped into it here at $98,000, and you can see the major drop we got. This was it for me. I wanted to go short, and that's where I took a massive Bitcoin short. Huge short. I added to the position. I took profits on the way down. So yeah, anchored VWAPs can be helpful for that. Haha, you still got the sleepy eyes. Shit, man. We're only an hour in. I'm planning to do a long one today. So I better get going. No sleepy eyes. I guess I'm just relaxed. I'm relaxed, having a good time. What do you prefer, day trading or swing trading for beginners? When I started, I was trading absolutely everything. And I was scalping, day trading, literally the shortest possible time frames. I was trying to trade it. And I think that's actually a good way to learn. But as I've grown my capital, I'm pretty selective about the trades that I take. And so I'm more of a swing trader. And what this means is I stay in positions for quite a while. And it's been the most profitable way for me. I wait for high conviction zones, high confluence zones. I enter the trades and I sit. But if you're just getting started and you have a few $1,000s, then maybe it makes more sense in that case to try to pop in and out of trades. But I prefer this approach with the current capital that I have. Yaz Shah. Do we sweep the lows first or we go to 78K? I mean, we kind of did sweep the lows, right? We just didn't sweep these ones at 72.5, which I think will be hit. DeFi crypto boss, leverage is irrelevant, my friend. It's all about the percentage of your trading portfolio that you're using. So I always say 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio. 5% is considered a lot by some, but for me it has worked. And if I do trade with more than 3 to 5%, with 3 to 5% of my trading portfolio, it's considered a high conviction trade. So like this one was a 3 or 4% of my trading portfolio, and it turned into a massive trade. Leverage is irrelevant because it's all about the actual dollar amount that you're risking in proportion to your trading portfolio. So if you're using 1% of your trading portfolio, and let's say it's $1,000, that would mean that your total trading portfolio would be $100,000. I get it. Some people don't listen to me, but I'm just telling you what I've done historically. Some people have $100,000 and they trade with $30,000 per trade, which is pretty insane. And if the market goes against you, then you can lose your capital real quick. Nico Soupy, you're a legend, Matt. Hope you're well. I hope you're well, brother. $33 Ethereum. Good morning, my man. Dex, what's happening? Why is Bitcoin dropping? Because we're in a bear market. I spent a little bit of time trying to add a volume profile to my trading view chart, but it was actually much more complicated than just selecting the indicator. Actually had to configure it. Could you show how you configure yours? Sure. So volume profile specifically is where you guys see these bars. So what I do is, you see where we entered the range? So I'll take a time frame daily. So we've entered this new range, and it's quite simple, really. You grab this over here, you go to fixed range volume profile, and you click where you want to start the range, and you drag it. See how it drags? You drag it to whatever price action you want. I obviously drag it to the current price action, and there you go. That's the exact same one I just had open. So the way that this works is price usually gets a reaction once it gets acceptance into a level. So what this means is, from the lows, we'll just take it from the lows. We dropped below the value area low, which is this yellow line. But you can see that we managed to reclaim it here. These are daily candle closes, which shot us all the way up to, you guessed it, the value area high. Then at the value area high, we got rejected. And where did we trend towards? The value area low. So you can see how it really respects these levels. And quite simply, it's like acceptance above the value area high, potential long setup to the top targeting the value area. Sorry, potential acceptance into the value area low, potential long setup to the value area high. Acceptance or rejection at the value area high, well, that could mean that we trend towards the value area low, which we did. We held on a support again, and then we had another move exploding out of the value area high. And right now, my base case on the higher time frames is, since we got acceptance back into the value area high, it would suggest to me that we will, over the course of the next few weeks, there will be bounces along the way, find our way down to the value area low again. And the bigger Bitcoin's range is, we've been in this range for months, the more significant these levels become. And so, in my opinion, if we do get the bounce that I've been speculating on from around this zone, I think that we will ultimately go right down to the value area low. That's the crux of it. Phantom trailer, exactly. VWAP is at the golden pocket. I just pointed that out. The golden pocket of the 65K pivot low. That's another reason why I'm looking to long around this zone. Can you run competitions, giveaways, more events, kind of stuff to your YouTube community? Yeah, absolutely I can. The only thing is I'm almost scared to do giveaways because YouTube were starting to ban crypto accounts doing giveaways and stuff. And I don't want my YouTube account banned. So I'm kind of worried about that. But yeah. Abood5309, if you've been watching for more than 5 minutes, you know, my man, where I'm looking to go long. And it's not where we're currently at. Guys, the CME gap is officially irrelevant. Just so you know, there are no more CME gaps. This came out last week. No more CME gaps. It's official. In comparison to other analytical tools, how significant is the use of liquidity heat maps in trading? Look, I use it as confluence, but in terms of how it actually affects my trades, I would say that at most it equates to, let's say on a scale of, let's just say out of 100, it's maybe a 10 to 15. So what this means is I use it as confluence. If there's tons of shorts piling into the market, then yeah, often I'll look for a bounce at high confluential zones. But the structure on the chart always comes first, guys, always. And then you look for things to add to your confluence. That's how you build out a proper trading plan. Yeah, there are no more CME gaps, Phantom Trailer TV. Basically, the CME gap is once the market closes on Fridays, it creates these gaps. I think it was this one. Is this? No. This one? No. Where is my CME? This one. No. Where is it? Ugh. This one. So basically, Bitcoin creates these CME gaps when the market closes on the Fridays. And so when the market, what's been very, very predictable with almost 90% or even more, 90% accuracy, Bitcoin likes to fill gaps that it creates. And so historically, what would happen is a gap would get created, see this move into the close to market open the following week, Bitcoin dropped and we created this gap. But you can see that we ended up filling this gap after a little bit of time. And so that's usually, or that's been very helpful to navigate the markets. We talked about it on the channel a lot, but now there are, technically speaking, no more CME gaps. We could look it up. No more CME gap. I actually use Twitter a lot for research and stuff, but this is just to share with you. Look, as of May 29th, the CME switched its Bitcoin futures to 24/7 trading. So there is no more like weekend closure. Telling you guys, no, because there is no more CME gaps, the other gaps are now irrelevant. It's done. There's no more CME gaps, guys. So completely remove that from your head in terms of your analysis. So we just swept the lows, did we? Yeah, we just swept the lows, guys. So we're getting some interesting price action here. As I discussed, I was not looking to go long here. I was on the stream with Andy and Devolt on Friday, and I think they took a long here. I hope that they took some profits. It was a $1,000 bounce or something, but Look at that. Wow. As I said, guys, ugly, ugly, ugly. But if you tuned into the beginning of the stream, you know what my expectation is. Let's see if we get it. Previous gaps are irrelevant, guys. Guys, if you want to trade the market with me, see how I've been operating in the market, please remember that you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram, you're able to join this group completely for free because you're trading with your own capital. All you have to do is sign up with any of the links down below. I choose Bluffin as my go-to exchange. You can see here I'm in an active trade, and this trade was also shared in my community. When I add to my position, when I take profits, it's a completely free group, guys. You have nothing to lose. Oh, Saylor sold some Bitcoin. Did he? No way, guys. Did he? Is this confirmed? Saylor. Damn. Damn, Michael. Damn, Michael. Guys, I'm going to do a cheeky thing. I'm going to change the name of the live stream. One moment. I'm going to change this, and I'm going to call it Saylor Sold Bitcoin. Michael Saylor sold Bitcoin. Crazy. Local bottom in? I'm gonna change the thumbnail as well. Honestly, this kind of news could create some kind of local bottom. Let's see. Let's see what happens, guys. I have this really cool AI tool that lets me just literally type, add Michael Saylor crying in the background. And that's what's going to be my thumbnail for this live stream that you're currently watching. So I'm just toying around with it here on the side as we watch this price action develop. Brilliant. S&P all-time high. Yeah, it's going to happen probably. Again, I train my AI agent with your videos. Interesting. Conmel, look, I don't think that selling 32 Bitcoins is significant, but the thing that's significant is the whole narrative surrounding Michael Saylor. Guys, this is a guy that has said multiple times, never under any circumstances sell your Bitcoin. That has been his saying. You could look it up online. And now he's shifted it just a little bit, saying, make sure that you buy more Bitcoin than you sell. That's the tweak. That's the issue for the markets. Because you had this guy that said he would never sell his Bitcoin, and now all of a sudden he confirmed and sold some Bitcoin. And he's been holding up to this narrative for years now. So it's a whole shift. Now, if you've been watching me for a while, you know that I think Michael Saylor being out of the market would actually be more favorable for Bitcoin's price action in the future. I don't like the fact that this one guy holds or is trying to hold so much of the supply, right? So what can I say? What can I say? This is the first time in history that Saylor has sold. Correct. Oh, legends. Absolutely. Love, guys, go back to my channel if you have the chance. I know as you're watching, but go back to my channel and I'm just updating the thumbnail now. It's epic. Man, AI is so cool, the things you can do, and I'm not like this is not even scratching the surface, but anyways, I just made a new thumbnail with Saylor crying. Gotta love it. Unreal that he sold. $71K. Haha, there we go. There we go, legends. Yes. Yes. Love it. All right. Now we can continue. So, I still think that we can get a potential bounce. I'm still in my shorts, guys. Comfy in the shorts. But this news is not helpful for the markets. Interesting how the funding rate is slightly positive as well. Something to point out. Why did he sell? He sold because at the end of the day, MicroStrategy will be prioritized over Bitcoin. That's why he sold. Yaz Shah, I actually introed my last video. If you guys didn't watch my last video that I posted yesterday, Bitcoin Watch Before Monday, my intro was the weekly and monthly candle for Bitcoin looks absolutely horrible. And in line with our expectations, the bear market continues. Please, if you guys have been watching the channel for a while, I really hope that you guys didn't get bullish at the top here. There's a couple of guys that had different views, and that's totally fine. But I hope for the most part that you didn't start blasting longs right around here, because that would have been silly. And I'm telling you now, what's going to happen is as Bitcoin trends lower, whether we get a bounce or not, everyone's going to give up on crypto again. And the sentiment is going to get worse and worse and worse, particularly if we breach these lows. And so I'm still going to be here live streaming, publishing content, and trying to guide you guys along the way, because I think that the best opportunities are going to come over the course of this year. But don't give up, and please don't top blast. If you actually understand Bitcoin, you wouldn't care who owns it and how much they hold. Bitcoin is for everyone. Bitcoin is for everyone, but not when you're using a tremendous amount of leverage and creating these ridiculous financial instruments to buy as much as possible. Saylor is notorious for top blasting. So, you know, every week, if Bitcoin dumps, he's somehow purchased tons of Bitcoin at much, much higher prices. And that can only last for so long. I think that investors are going to start losing faith in his products, to be honest. And these financial instruments will get to the point where it will no longer work, because at the end of the day, they are Ponzi's. So that's my argument as to why I would honestly prefer if Saylor wasn't involved with Bitcoin, but he will always be. But just a thought there. With these kinds of leveraged products, one would argue that he could maybe do more harm than good to the crypto space overall. Boom, 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 boom. Is Saylor the new SBF? Only time will tell, guys. Only time will tell. I have been openly critical of him. So, let's see. Hype is looking very toppy? That doesn't look toppy to me, my friend. Guys, this coin is in price discovery. We tried to get a failure below the previous all-time high, and it was short-lived, and we pumped right up. If you're looking to lose money, then yeah, go ahead and short this token. But honestly, guys, as I shared this in my community yesterday because I was getting some questions. And by the way, where I share all of my insights, my market analysis, my trades that you're seeing here, this is shared in my group for free if you want to join. It's the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It is completely free because you're trading with your own capital on any of these exchanges. Bluffin is my go-to, as you can probably tell by now. But I talked about it in my community, and I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole in terms of shorting, unless it gets acceptance back below its previous all-time high. And we're just in price discovery. So it's a surefire way to lose your money, particularly if the buying continues. In the next hour, about $100,000 worth of hype. There's buy pressure. There's approximately around 4 million worth of hype to be purchased in the next 24 hours. So a lot of buying pressure, my friends. A lot of buying pressure. Haven't traded since October 10th. I'm trying to figure out the bear market strategy. My man, the bear market strategy has been to just short relief rallies, but shit, man. So this whole time you've been out of the market? This bear market has been super lucrative in terms of shorts. It's been a crazy journey. I've loved it every minute of the way down. Every relief rally, I had so much fun effectively telling the bulls that we're going to head lower. Um, and again, I will be very, very bullish when it's time to be bullish. I just don't think that time is now. Crypto King, Saylor selling, you say? Yes, my man. MicroStrategy sells 32 Bitcoins for 2.5 million. Guys, he sold at a profit. Let's see if we get a bounce here. Still not in my interest zone, to be honest. But we're getting there. You at least reached your target of the short being a 500K trade. Not yet, man. Not yet. We're at 350 realized, 125 unrealized. I need 150. But because I think that Bitcoin's headed lower, I'll probably, if it gets to let's say we hit 70K, I would take some more profits and I'll look to re-add to my position again. If we take a look at the Coinbase Premium Index, this is, guys, I mean, what more can you say? Look at the selling pressure. I entered a 77K long on 7x leverage. I have two choices, dollar cost average down or book losses. What do you reckon? My man, 77K. I don't know what gave you the signal to go long, but it's already $5,000 down. Like, in my opinion, swing longs in a bear market is just extremely risky unless you got the Pico lows at 60, 65K. I'm not going to give you financial advice, but I've been advocating for swing shorts in the bear market and scalp longs. And Yaz Shah is correct. That's why you have a stop loss, my man. All right, 4:23 p.m. We've been live for approximately an hour and a half. I'm going to grab myself a little beverage. And guys, while we're at it, absolutely destroy that like button. We're at 152. Smash it up because it helps the channel out. We're going to be doing at least a 5-hour live stream today. The record is 6. I might be going for 6.5, 7, depending on how it goes. Hopefully we get some very interesting price action today. So far, it's off to a great start. Um, did you lose a lot of money when you started trading? Yes. 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 Just to put it simply, yes. It's the tuition you have to pay. I lost, let me put it this way. To make my first $1,000 trading, I lost multiple hundreds. To make my first $10,000 trading, I lost a couple thousand. To make my first $100,000 trading, I lost tens of thousands. And to make my first $1,000,000 in trading, I have personally lost hundreds of thousands. So yes, yes, and yes. It's the price you have to pay, and most people can't handle that. I hope it can motivate you, because I lost tons of money trading when I first started several years ago. Lost your profits or capital of your pocket? Capital in my pocket. Because remember, I was funding my trading with my income. Have you been scammed before? Yes. I've been through it all, guys. I've been through it all. Yeah. Believe me when I say, yeah. Devastating. I've been in this industry for a while, so I've been through all the bullshit that you can probably remember if you've been here for a while. Crypto gardenist, no quick way to get rich, and that is something that most people end up learning if they stick to trading. They end up getting rich, that I will say, but only if you stick to it and you learn from your mistakes. One of you guys asked about my daily routine. I'm not sure who's actually interested in that, but I basically wake up, and the best thing that I have ever implemented in my life after waking up is to just not check my phone. I don't know if you guys, like, I know there's a lot of self-help gurus that swear by this, but I have to be honest, it's made a significant impact in my life. I don't check my phone in the morning for like the first hour that I wake up. How you start your day sets the tone for the rest of the day. And then I basically grab coffee and I go to the gym, get a killer workout in, and then I start setting up for the day. Usually I'll prepare some kind of analysis or updates for my premium group members, which again is free if you care to join. It's the first link in the description down below. If there's anything noteworthy, last night I shared an update before I uploaded my YouTube video in there looking at key opportunities. And then I prepare for the content. So some days it's a little bit more chill if I do a video, but some days like today where I want to rip a long live stream, I got to be locked in and I have to prepare some things. So yeah. Thanks for being so open about it. Con Mel, absolutely. I mean, there's no other way to... I hate people online that will say like, oh, I just started trading and here's how I started making millions and millions of dollars. Like, it's just so unrealistic. It's so important to talk about the losses, because there's many times in my trading journey where I just felt like giving up. And thankfully, I didn't. So what I'd be looking at here, if you're bullish, is basically, because I have these lower levels that I'm looking at, right? But what I would personally be looking at here would be either a reclaim of this level, because we've held on to support multiple times, and then maybe we get a little bit of a pop, or what I'm more interested in is a drop further. Because there's a chance that what can happen is Bitcoin has been doing the same thing over the past few days and weeks. And what I want to bring to your attention is we tend to form a little bit of a bottoming structure. It holds, it holds, it holds as support. And then we retest it as resistance after the breakthrough. So right here, for example, see how we were holding at around 75, 76, holding. We drop, we popped back above, things are looking good, and then we lose it. And right here on this retest, it proves too much resistance. It proves us too much resistance, and we drop to the next level. And this happened up here as well. You can see we form these bottoms, we drop below. Form these bottoms, retest as resistance, drop below. So it's just been going on. Same pattern has been playing out. So there's a chance here that more locally what can occur is Bitcoin gets a little bit, maybe we get a little bit of a spike up, and this will be important to see whether or not we actually can reclaim, call it $72,500, $600, depending on which exchange you're looking at. I'm still net short, guys. I'm still net short. But I am looking for a long. This is my first crypto cycle. Is this the worst you've seen sentiment? It's bad. The sentiment is bad, but it's not the worst that I've seen. I've actually seen worse. I thought it was worse with FTX, to be honest. Jean de Machine. You have some funny comments sometimes, my man. I currently have a $67 portfolio, and I'm looking into making it $1 billion by the end of the week. What should I do? So first, you're going to want to get a loan for approximately $2 billion, and then you have $1 billion to lose. And there you go. You've netted $1 billion. You should be in a great situation afterwards. The funding rate effective, like this is a pretty flat funding rate. I know I pointed out being in the positive, but basically when the funding rate is positive like this, it means that the longs are paying the shorts. And when the funding rate is negative, it means that the shorts are paying the longs. So like the fees. Guys, please remember, I am not a financial advisor. You see me trading. This is what I'm doing with my own capital. You can do as you wish, but I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. And you can read the full disclaimer in the description down below if you choose to do so. Sesh Monkey, I see you talking about the bluffing competition from time to time. Can you tell us more about it? How does it work? Are you going to win it? Well, I can't win it on my own, guys. I need your help to win it. So you can see, look, these trades, obviously I'm signed up to the bluffing competition, but we currently have a good chance of winning it so far. There's basically 13 days left, just about around 14 days left. and you're trading for effectively $5 million, which is split across the participants, of course. But the more trading that there is, the more you unlock the overall prize pool. And out of thousands of teams, guys, thousands, there's currently around 31,000 valid users, but there's a few thousand teams. We are ranked second. You heard that right, second. There's this guy here that's ranked first. We've been bouncing back and forth, and we have Jason Casper here who is third. But we're currently ranked second, and we have to get to number one because we will get the most rewards as a group collectively if we get to number one. Obviously, these are still good rewards as second, and honestly, there's some YouTubers that are way bigger than I am. So it just shows that our community is one of the most active out there. Keep in mind, guys, I only have 18,000 subscribers, and I'm very thankful and grateful to all of you. But I'm also very impressed with what we've been able to do, given the fact that someone like Jason Casper, I think he has over 100,000. Is it 200,000? I'm not sure. So I'm working together with Mindpillar Markets. We are super active, smashing the competition so far, but I think we can squeeze up and get some more rewards for all of us. So the way that you sign up is you click the second link in the description down below, and I will copy the link and I'll share it in the chat here, so you'll be able to join if you so choose to do so. So it's in the chat right now. Walter Bloomberg is basically just like some real-time financial news feed, and there's they post some of the quickest breaking news on the market, and they've amassed a following doing so. So they have pretty reliable resources, and it's based in, I believe the account is based in Geneva, Switzerland. Paz Maria Vallejos, I remember your last name, even though you've changed your YouTube username. It's so great. We're all part of the same community. Legends. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Today is today makes no sense. It's a perfect day to be bullish on Bitcoin. Yes and no. Saylor just sold Bitcoin. So, I mean, is it a perfect day to be bullish? What's up, guys? Nice to see some familiar faces here. Sayamori. Bum, bum. Good morning, boss. Julian Vega, my man. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Every time someone asks me this, I give a different answer. Today, I'm approximately 79 years old. Are you long yet, Crypto King? No, I am not. Um, Video with Andy and Devolt was fun to watch. Your face when he talked about 15K on Bitcoin was priceless. I don't think we're going to hit those levels, but yeah, it's the thing is, for the most part, we come to the same conclusions, right? Will strategy be the next FTX? It's possible, man. It's possible. Only in human 90. Matsir, how do these signals from your private group work? Do you tell us what long short you are opening at the exact moment you are opening it? Exactly. So, guys, I don't want to make it seem like it's something that it isn't. I know so many people in the industry that literally just want a copy signal trading group. I've never been advocating for that. What my group is yes, I share all of my own personal trades the moment that I enter them. But because I am a swing trader, I don't enter that many trades. These six-figure profit trades that you're seeing here, yes, they were all shared within my community for free. But I don't take tons of trades, and that's just my overall approach to the market. I'm more of a swing trader. Now, I've said this before and I'll say it again. The most profitable community members are not the ones that just blindly copy me, because what happens is I can have multiple winning trades where I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then if I lose 20, 30, 40K on the next couple trades, if you just join the group, then of course, you're frustrated. The members that make the most money in the group are the ones that can match my analysis with their own analysis and come to their own decision. So we have members in the group that are trading with $500, a few $1,000s, hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's even some in there that are trading with a few $1,000,000. The ones that can say, hey, I don't agree with your analysis. I see something else on the charts. Therefore, I'm not going to take that trade. Or therefore, I'm looking at something else. Those are the ones that make the most money. And I know you probably get annoyed of hearing this, but there is no easy solution. My situation, my financial situation, is likely going to be very different to yours. And so my approach to risk management and how I navigate my trades is probably also going to be different to yours. So that's why I say never to blindly copy. But to answer your question, yes, my group is free, and yes, it's where I share all of my own personal trades when I decide to take them. So outside of the live stream, I'm updating my community. That's the most important thing, right? And sometimes on the live streams, there are no live trades if we can't spot good opportunities, but everything is shared within my community. My movements in the market, everything is there. If you guys want to join, it's the first link in the description down below. It is free, so long as you're trading with one of these affiliate exchange links down below. I would typically recommend Bluefin, but if you can't access them, there's 2bit, there's Weeks, there's BTCC. A lot of options depending on what you can access. Bluefin is my go-to though, and I trust them holding a significant amount of capital on the platform. There is not much liquidity to the downside. I agree. Yeah, but I don't actually do my drawing on the exchange itself. I like using TradingView. Saylor looks like a Ponzi. How long can this last? Yeah. That's awesome. I'm going to join in next week and see how it goes. Sounds good. Is Caspa the next Bitcoin? Jay Rumi, if you're new to the channel, my man, I'm not going to roast you. But my thoughts on altcoins, the answer is no. Let's just leave it at that. I've been bearish on altcoins for like over a year and a half now. I will not tell anyone my age. Here, I'll I'll leave this link in the description for you guys as well. I'll put it in the chat here if you guys want to join. What about hype? Very good question, my friend. We covered hype earlier in the stream. All-time high after all-time high after all-time high. Some of you were asking about a potential short because you know that I like shorting shitcoins. The only issue is that hype is not a shitcoin. They have real revenue. They have $10 million worth of buying pressure in the next 24 hours, $1 million in the next hour. Their model is set up in a way where they buy back tons of their token and the supply is dropping. This is one to watch in the depths of the bear market. Do I think hype will just absolutely skyrocket from here? Look, the probabilities would favor that no, but we are in price discovery. And so this could go to $100 and maybe come back down. But I do think that over the course of this bear market, this is a very strong spot buy from my own perspective. And that's saying a lot considering I have been vocally bearish on altcoins when all of your favorite crypto influencers over the past year were extremely bullish. And we effectively saw altcoins do nothing but bleed against Bitcoin. So I like this coin. I really, really do. No shorting. No shorting, my friends. It's in price discovery. It would be foolish to short. The reason why I like playing these all-time high breaks is because when you reject at a previous all-time high and you get acceptance back below, your invalidation for these kinds of tokens is very easy. Let's say you wanted to short this. Okay, fair enough. You wick above the previous all-time high, you get acceptance back below, stop loss is right above here. That's how you play it, and you let the trade go. Because if you get acceptance back below, then yeah, we can trend all the way down towards maybe the bull market support band. These assets don't go up forever. But clearly it was invalidated. So it's easy in the sense of you know exactly where to put like your stop loss if you were planning on trading this one. So those are my thoughts on hype. Solid platform, backed by revenue. I like what they're building. Hey buddy, you look tired. I'm not that tired. I had a brutal leg day today. Absolutely brutal. I was wheezing and I was just drenched in sweat. So maybe that's why I look tired. But I hope not. It's only been 2 hours, guys, and I'm planning on going for quite a while today. Minimum 5 hours. Minimum. I'm tired, boss. Did you watch the Arsenal game? Yeah, I did. And it played out exactly as I anticipated. Arsenal sat back and parked the bus. You don't need to be a wizard to be able to predict that was going to happen. In the end, the better team won. I don't know if there's any Arsenal fans, but it's just a fact. Love the live streams, but damn, us Cali people really suffer if we try to catch them at the start. Yeah, I know it's you don't have to catch them at the start. What you can do is just tune in when the US market opens. So because I'm based in Dubai, I'm able to, I started the live stream. I had my morning routine, looked at the charts, went to the gym, did all of that stuff. And then I started my live stream around just before 3 p.m. my time. And I'll probably go until maybe somewhere between 7:30 to 9 p.m. So I'll go for a while. But the US market opens in, I think it's 40 minutes from now, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're in the US, you guys can watch the markets open with me. No need to tune in right at the beginning. You don't look tired, you look relaxed. I am relaxed. I feel pretty good today. Not gonna lie, guys. Fettuccine, I'm happy I woke up at 5 a.m. today. Stream started at 5:45 a.m. in Texas. Thanks for all you do. My pleasure, Fettuccine. My pleasure. Yahi Music. I'm not closing my swing short till we get to the 50s. Look, it's not an unreasonable thought because I think that there's a high probability that Bitcoin goes below 60K over the course of this year. If you've been tuning into the channel, you know that that has been my base case. Otherwise, I wouldn't be shorting the crap out of Bitcoin looking to make over $500,000 on this trade. But I will say that if you don't pay yourself first and you don't protect your profits, you could be in for a rude awakening. I'm not sure what your entry is, but it's just important that you pay yourself first, not financial advice. On this big Bitcoin short trade, I took profits on the way down. And actually, I took a lot of profits at around $63,000. And now I'm glad I did because I can sit back in this short, stress-free. I'm up 6 figures. I've secured multiple 6 figures. And now I'm just chilling. And now we see how the price action develops. If I get stopped out at break even on this trade, well, I've made multiple 6 figures on this trade and I'm kind of just chilling, right? So that's how you want to play it, in my opinion, of course. You can do what you want, but those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts, guys. Raj Kumar, my man, you've been writing the same thing. Please, guys, I removed my bot from the chat, but please stop spamming. If I don't get to you once, I scroll through the chat and I look through, I will get to you. You don't need to spam. Otherwise, I have to block you from the chat because it's annoying for everyone involved. Why are you giving your thoughts, sharing tools to mass people on social media? Market is like an ocean. It is big, but water is limited. When everyone uses your strategy, it will stop working. The issue is, my friends, and this is, most people, one, are not attentive enough to actually pay attention to how I trade the market. They just want easy copy trading signals. That's what most people's mentality is like. Second of all, my audience is quite small, guys. I have 18,000 subscribers. There's so many crypto YouTubers with 500,000, a million subscribers, hundreds of thousands. So I'm nowhere near that level, right? So it's not a concern. And third, I share all of this because I want to help you guys. The reality is most people can't execute on what I'm sharing and they just want, tell me when to long, tell me when to short. And these people in the long run will not succeed in trading crypto. It's just a fact, right? So I don't think that there's any harm in sharing my strategies, and there will come a time where maybe the strategies have to change, but you have to remain adaptive with the market. And that's what I will be doing. Adjusting my strategies if things change. Crypto King. We can bounce from the anchored VWAP. This is an interesting level for sure. The US market hasn't even opened, guys, and honestly, I'm not particularly interested in taking a trade before the market opens. It opens in 30 minutes. It's the VWAP from the pivot at 60K. I'm also in this short that I shared in my community and on the live stream. Sayamori, do you think we might hit those highs again, like 84, 86K? Or is a rejection more likely? In my opinion, a rejection is more likely. So if we are to get a move to the upside, I would anticipate a rejection before hitting those levels, likely before 80K even. Just probabilistically speaking, that's what I'm seeing. I think that Bitcoin will start with a 6 in June. And happy June 1st, by the way. Let's not ignore the monthly. Guys, that's a horrific monthly chart. Horrific. Trying to find that drink, Tom Turnbull. Search up Newtonic. I'm not sponsored by them, guys. It's pretty solid. No sugar. 15 calories per serving. Productivity drink. It's from Chris Williamson's podcast. That's where I found it. I like watching the guy. I like listening to him when I go for walks and stuff. He interviews some pretty interesting people. What would entice you to take along? What would entice me to take along would be assessing the reaction that we get around these key zones. So if you see here, we have this anchored VWAP from the pivot low at around $60,000. Usually provides some form of reaction. Now, there's confluence there because we also have from the 65K pivot to the top, the golden pocket is also right there between 71.7 down to the low 71K zone. But the most interesting level is here. Because we have a daily level where we had a very nice reaction for Bitcoin. And we're also tapping into the trend line. So, even if a bounce for Bitcoin is weak, I would anticipate a couple $1,000s at least from that range. So I'd be looking to play that, to be honest. Other than that, I'm giga chilling in my shorts. Salvador Perez, the most dangerous thing for retail is to sell or short Bitcoin. I completely disagree, my friend. Completely disagree. I shorted Bitcoin at $123,000, took all my profits. Then I shorted publicly just below $100,000, took tons of profits on this trade at $63,000. Then we got a bounce. Then I added to my position, and now the trade is currently looking like this. I completely disagree. If the structure is bearish from a trading perspective, it makes sense to look for swing shorting opportunities in the market. However, long term, I want everyone to be aware that I am a Bitcoin bull. I really am. I do believe in Bitcoin in the long term. I do believe it will come back. I just think that we can go lower over the course of this year before it comes back. And we'll talk about this because we didn't really talk about it in today's live stream so far, and we've been at it for around 2 hours and 15 minutes. You know, drawdowns from all-time highs. So far, we've dropped approximately 50% from the bull market top to the bear market bottom so far. Previous markets, we've seen 93% drop from all-time high to the low, to the bear market low, 85%, 84%, 77%, and I don't think that 50% was sufficient. I think that we're going to bottom out somewhere between the 60 to 65% range. And even that is, it's pretty generous considering, the difference between last cycle and the cycle before that was a 7% difference in drop. So if I say we're going to drop 60%, 65%, that's still over a 10% difference at the minimum there. So what this means is, and someone was asking about my Bitcoin accumulation chart, if I can even find it. I'll just take this for now. What this means is, from the bull market top, a 65% drop would put Bitcoin all the way down to literally the mid 40Ks. A 60% drop would put Bitcoin down to around 50K. So it's something to definitely consider, guys. Look, everyone has their own approach. $8,000, and now I'm just sitting on my hands, and yeah, here we are. You have done great, but not anymore. Salvador Perez, I'm sorry, my man, but I don't want to fight with you, but I still think Bitcoin is going lower. I think 60K was not the low. You guys have heard me say that a lot. All right, guys, I saw that I lagged, so I'm gonna repeat myself here. I accumulated Bitcoin near these levels, between call it $16,000 to $30,000, and I was in heavy accumulation mode. I did not have a YouTube channel at this time. I sold some on the way up. I sold some more on this relief rally, and now I'm going to look to scoop up some lower, but I am not fully out of the market. I never will be fully out of the market. I just think from my own perspective, I want to see these lows breached, and that's when I will start to slowly dollar cost average into the market. So that's my strategy. And in the meantime, I'm going to make a crap ton of money on the way down. And that's my plan. And I'm guiding my community along the way. That's what we've been doing. If you guys want to join and see how I've been trading this market, all the trades that you're seeing that are already open, guys, is links in the description down below. If you DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram, and I'll copy and paste this, you're able to join for free. You just have to sign up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below. Any platform you want works, and you're good to go. And let's smash that like button while we're at it. 152? Surely we're more. Surely. 225. Okay. Let's get to 300. We got that. Guys, I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling fresh. We've been live for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Feeling fresh. I think we could go for longer. Much, much longer. Yaz Shah. Let's do it. Guys, 1,000 likes. Do you think that's possible? I don't know if it's possible. I probably have to stay on the live stream for 10 hours to get that. 1,000 likes. Can we do it? The record is 500. 1,000 likes. Let's do it. Can you please look at a lab when to short this shitcoin? Yeah, I'll look at that as well. Not possible. Can you show why you have the exact price as long entry? Yes, I have just discussed it multiple times. I'll wait till more people ask, because I think that a lot of people have already heard me say it. J Tinman, can't hear you anymore. Anyone else? I think if you just refresh the stream, you should be good. Michael. King K, let's go. Andy Beauclair, yo, happy Monday. I'm currently in a Bitcoin short. Once I close my trade, I will join one of your exchanges. Join the group for sure. Sounds good, my man. Guys, bluffing is top notch. Stream is fine. Nice. PSBLN. All right. US market opens in, I believe it is 22 minutes from now. So I'm going to quickly go to the washroom. Guys, please don't nuke the price while I'm gone, but you know the drill. It seems like every time I'm gone for 1 minute, the price just nukes. Actually, you can feel free to nuke it. I'll just make some more money on the way down, and then I'll look for that long. BRB, 1 minute. All right, we are back. Dumpy. Nuke it, baby. Happy Monday. Swept the lows. Happy Monday. Guys, the trend is your friend, right? The trend is your friend. You look like Mike from Suits, but with curly hair. That guy's a legend. But I've never heard that before, that comparison. I'll take it as a compliment. Lab, please. Maybe later. Into the anchored VWAP right now. Into the anchored VWAP. No, I don't even look at CoinGlass Max Pain table. Adrian Z, I feel like this is a suboptimal place to long considering how many people are expecting a bounce here. Funding rate's positive too. Yeah, funding rate's slightly positive. I'm actually expecting a little bit lower here. That's what I'm going for personally. But in terms of liquidity, if we take a look at this chart and we just refresh, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have some short leverage, guys. So my best scenario here, if I could choose anything, would be a drop to like basically 70K, like on the dot, close, give or take $100, and wipe out most of this long liquidity, and then we go and wipe out the shorts before ultimately rolling over. So I don't mean to confuse anyone, but I would like us to drop into the daily level and the trend line. I read a comment the other day. One of you guys said, "Man, before I watched your channel, I have never shorted Bitcoin before." And thank you for teaching me how to do that, because I think everyone gets stuck in this perma bull mindset, right? So I'm glad people made money on the way down as well. But always remember to pay yourself first. I just read a comment now saying I'm up 4K from a short. If you're questioning whether you should take profits and it's a significant amount of capital for you, my non-financial advice is to always protect your position and to pay yourself at least a percentage. Give me a bit more of a flush, guys. Flush. Give me a flush, man. I'm telling you, these late shorters, I don't think we'll get away with it, to be honest. I'm in my big short from higher. I don't think that the late shorters will get away with it. So I'm looking for a potential hedge here. No, the first place guy is pulling away. Trying to catch along is not worth it. Guys, remember, everyone is in their own positions in this market. You have your own amount of capital, you have your own risk tolerance. I am in a massive, massive short, right? So from a hedging perspective, I'm more than happy to look for a long, even if I think we're going lower. That's just how it works, right? I'm giga short already. Vincent Fazioli, yes, there is a second place prize. So currently my team is splitting, I think it's $21,000 in rewards, but the more people join, the more rewards are unlocked. And I think that we can push the boundaries of this. I mean, it's a $5 million pool, 14 days left of the competition. We're in the top 3 teams, which is insane considering there's thousands of teams in this competition, guys. And if you want to join, I will share it in the chat right here. You have to register with my link. If you're already trading, you can easily register, but you're good. So Salvador Perez, midterm years are historically bearish for Bitcoin. And if you don't believe me, take a look at this chart. We can look at midterm years, the overall performance. If you take a look at midterm years here, you add the average, and then you add the midterm years, which is the average. And where we are today, we're actually elevated, which means that Bitcoin will probably trend towards the middle here and probably towards the lower band later in the year. So Bitcoin, in my opinion, is going lower over the course of this year. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I was at the Arsenal parade yesterday. You watch football, right? Of course, my man. Congrats on the Prem. I have a friend of mine that has been supporting Arsenal his whole life, and I had to text him congratulations because he suffered a lot. But he's still devastated about the Champions League. It's always devastating in penalty shootout, but let's be real. Unfortunately, Arsenal didn't set out to go and attack PSG. I think they were too scared. A little bit of a deflection, not taking anything away from Kai Havertz's finish because that was spectacular, just smashing it into the roof of the net near post. But they didn't really come out to play. They just wanted to defend and park the bus, which was kind of expected. That was my expectation, right? PSG struggled because Arsenal defensively are very, very good. And I do feel bad for Gabriel because honestly, world-class defender. Some of the blocks, the shift that he put in, the slide tackles, like excellent performance. But it just so happened that it had to end in pens, and the better team won. That's all I can really say. Market open in 3 minutes, my friends. Yeah, Salvador Perez doesn't really matter, my man. The stock market, keep in mind that most people just pay attention to the stock market, and the stock market has been making all-time high after all-time high after all-time high. And so Bitcoin doesn't have to do anything. In bear market years, the stock market has done all-time highs before, and Bitcoin has still struggled. So again, it's the price we have to pay for Bitcoin outperforming every other asset class on earth in a bull market. We can't just outperform all the time. That's not how markets work. So my expectation is, irrespective of what happens with the stock market, Bitcoin will go lower. But I want to look to play the bounce. I want to look to play the bounce. And guys, headed into US market open, if you want to trade the markets with me, you have my group, which is completely free. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You just need to sign up to any of these exchanges down below. Bluffin is my go-to, but if you don't want to join on Bluffin or you can't, there's other options as well. Clause low. Hi, Matt. Hello, my man. Market opens in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. The stock market is officially open. And this is where we're going to get a flush, I think. I think we're probably going to get a flush. I would prefer a flush first. If we get a pump, then I'm sorry, I think it means we're going to move much lower, much faster. So a flush first is positive, in my opinion. A little bit of flushing. The sun is shining. Yes, the sun is shining. I can see the, guys, I can see the palm from my apartment. Pretty gorgeous. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Little move to the upside. Keep in mind this is the 5-minute chart. Who knows off? Is this a good zone to start spot accumulation and dollar cost average from now on? I'm not going to tell you what to do. Totally up to you, but my expectation is that over the course of this year, Bitcoin will go lower. And anyone that's in my community will know firsthand when I decide to start accumulating. $7x short from 77K. What's the psychology of taking profits when you are convinced we're going to take out the lows? Look, the only thing I can say is that you have to pay yourself. You always have to pay yourself. Not financial advice, of course, but look at this massive Bitcoin short that I'm in. I've already realized a ton from this trade, 350K. So all I can really say is you have to take some profits on the way down, even if you're absolutely convinced that Bitcoin is moving lower. Because so you can see here, if we go and take a look at the liquidity to the upside, there is a lot of liquidity going up to $77,000. So if we sweep these lows, I think we make the case for a potential bounce in the short term. That's all I can really say. So always make sure that you're paying yourself. Doesn't matter how much conviction you have. The market can always tear you a new one. Parsla Toon Big. Man, you've been changing your name, but I know you from my Telegram and my community. My man, you haven't been watching the updates because I shared which levels I'm looking at a bounce. We discussed it. Someone has been tuning out of crypto. Pablo Saylor sold. Yep. Stanko Bob Nar 1101. My friend, the Zcash trade is like, this is like old news. If you don't see that I'm in a trade, and it's very clear to me that maybe you're not in my group, but guys, any trades that I show on the channel, any trades are shared within my community. When I close the trades, when I open new trades, they're shared within my group. I can't be giving you guys updates all the time on the YouTube channel. And as a matter of fact, I did mention it though. But if you want to see how I'm jumping in and out of the markets for free, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join my private group. It's where I give all of my updates. That Zcash trade has been long gone. Long gone. And we are second in the bluffin trading competition out of thousands of teams. Guys, let's go. Let's get to first place. I know we can do it. We're smashing it so far. Thousands of teams and we're second, but I'm hungry for number one. If you want to join that, I will share it down below here. Oops. Not all the trades, bro. I still remember the short from 122 around there with multiple stabs. Yeah. Well, that's because that was the first time where I started encountering difficulties with running a community. It's very difficult to show your trades live, guys. I don't think enough people understand the stress that it puts you under when people are messaging you all the time, when you've taken a couple of losses, when you're getting hate on trades. It's all fine and dandy when you're winning trades, but when you're taking losses and people can't do their own analysis and they just blindly copy you, it is a different kind of stress. So that's why now on my Telegram, I'm sure you guys have probably noticed if you're in my community and you're trading with a little bit less capital, unfortunately, I don't answer messages on Telegram. I used to answer every single person individually. It's just not possible anymore. So I've started only answering people that are trading with over $25,000 that they're trading on Bluffin with or any other exchange with me. And yeah, I've been prioritizing them, as well as the higher the amount of capital that you're trading with, the more that I prioritize answering you. So there's a couple people with a few $1,000,000, and I've prioritized answering them. I have them in I have you guys in folders, and that's how I've organized it. So it was a period in the market where I was stressed because the other thing that people don't consider is that if I lose a trade, I lose capital, which sucks. And then you have a bunch of people just getting pissed off. So anyways, I've had to remove myself in that capacity. Salvador Perez is bullish. Semi, that is correct. Something around there. That's kind of like, that's the gist of it. Sweep the lows again. Remember messaging me about Semi, my man. Told you I was about to be a father. Guess what? I got a healthy boy now. Congratulations, Semi. Absolutely amazing, man. That's the one thing I miss. Because I don't check the messages anymore, I sometimes miss these kinds of interactions. But congratulations, my man. Congratulations. That is awesome. Saylor just moved another 1,100 Bitcoins to Coinbase. We are all being dumped on. Is that the case? Vision Pulsed Fat Boy. I don't think you could send links in the chat, but tell me where you found it. If I can source it on X, I'll try to find it. Wizior, where are you guys? My friends, where are you seeing this? What account? Is it Arkham? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, guys. Look, this is 3 days ago. 1 month ago, 3 days. Anyways, if you guys could help out. Oh, guys, Coinbase Index looks absolutely diabolical. I mean, look at this, guys. Just non-stop selling. What can you even do? Obscene amount of selling. The short is printing, my friends. Three hours, and we're going strong. No stress, though, because the stock market might make an all-time high again today. Insane. Guys, we're almost at a total of 500K in profits on this trade. Whew. Almost. I'm not going to act like this is the only trade I held. I took some losses along the way. There's been a few trades that I've lost like 10K, 20K, 40K. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. I still take losses, of course. Of course. Anyone that's telling you that they only win is full of shit. I stuck to the thesis, and I'm being rewarded. Took a lot of profits, but didn't take too much to where more downside would not yield anything significant. 70,700 looks juicy for an SFP. 70,700. Sorry, 70,100. Here? Why are you looking at that level, man? I would say like here, because we have a very important daily level and we have some liquidity down to here. Like this, for me, 70,400 looks absolutely brilliant. As a hedge for my shorts, looks brilliant. And also, we would grab a lot of that downside liquidity here before maybe grabbing upside. Thoughts on tattoos? I have tattoos, so to each their own, right? Some people like them, some people don't. I like my tattoos, and that's why I got them. They have meaning for me. 1 week, FEG is screaming for some action. How did you survive the Black Swan 10th of October 2025? Were you in positions? Yeah, not to sound like this, but I was most certainly not longing any altcoins. I was actually in an Ondo short, which made me like 60K on the way down. I was pretty happy with that. The price action was already looking shaky, but then obviously when you have the liquidation events, it just compounds like crazy. Um, was I in any other position? I think, I don't know if it was October 9th. I was in a Bitcoin long, but my stop loss just got hit, right? So I think I lost on that trade. That was probably like a 10, 20K loss, but I can't really remember. It was a while ago. But I definitely took a loss on a Bitcoin long at that time, but nothing significant. Guys, with these kinds of massive events, it's important that you have a good exchange to trade on, and Bluffin is my go-to. I know I'm using this as an opportunity to promote Bluffin, but I trade on here. They have no issues when there's a lot of volatility like the liquidation event. Most exchanges did. There's some exchanges like even like BitUnix struggled around that time. So I know a lot of people like using BitUnix, but just to let you know, it struggled. Had some issues where it was down. I personally prefer Bluffin. I trust them with a good amount of capital, and they have some of the best bonuses in the industry as well. So if you want to join me on Bluffin and you also get access to my free trading group, you have that first link in the description down below for my trading group, and the second one is Bluffin. And I'll share this. Thoughts on Bybit in these kinds of situations? Yeah, Bybit's good. I like Bybit. I just prefer Bluffin. I've traded on Bybit before. I just prefer Bluffin. They have more options. They were listing coins a little bit sooner than Bybit as well. And if you've been following the channel for a while, you know that I really enjoyed shorting shit coins. So I like them. Thoughts on KuCoin? Eesh. Not great thoughts on KuCoin in my opinion. I've heard some pretty unfortunate accusations. MEXC was I think I mentioned this in a previous live stream. Guys, MEXC has really good fees, but if you're actually a serious trader and you're moving a good amount of capital, I would not go there. There's been a lot of situations where if you read up on X, a lot of people with 6 figures, 7 figures not being able to withdraw their funds. So that's a huge no-no. Steer clear. Justin Todd, my man, how are you? Thanks for tuning in. Ooh, the sun is hitting me, or it was hitting me. Coinbase dumping. Eesh. Guys, this is disgusting. Look at that, man. Dumping. No sign of slowing down from Coinbase. Hey bro, love from India. Devesh, my man. Crypto face is in shorts now. Well, I'm in a huge short as well, so happy about that. Oh, the Bitcoin ETFs are looking diabolical as well, guys. I mean, look at this. Nothing but outflows. Bitcoin will go lower over the course of this year. I've stood firm on that view. I've gotten a lot of hate for it. I still believe that the 60K low will be breached. How to join Telegram. I think I should do a tutorial to show you guys how to join, but basically you click this link, which is the first link in the description down below. But to speed up the process, I would just sign up with one of these affiliate exchange links and start trading on there. So you click this, sign up, you deposit whatever capital you want to start trading with, and then you get access to my group. So you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join that group. It is free because you're trading with your own capital. We have some members that are trading with $500, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000. We even have a couple of people with millions of dollars that are trading in my group, but it's completely up to you, the capital that you want to allocate towards trading. And if you're already trading elsewhere, because I got this question as well, honestly, just move your funds over to Bluffin or Weeks or 2bit with my affiliate exchange link. So that's how you get access for free. And I want to keep it free in that way. You trade with your own money, you make your own decisions. That's how it should be. Money dude, that is old news. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says he is not happy with the Crypto Clarity Act, and Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong is full of shit. Yeah, that came out a while back. I think last week or something. Hi Matt, good job. Cardu10, thank you very much. For us who are watching while driving, can you say more numbers? Yes. So I'm considering going for a potential Bitcoin long, considering, keyword, at around $70,500-ish, give or take a few $100s. The reason being, we have a daily level down below, which Bitcoin reacted very strongly from. We have the anchored VWAP, which we're currently below, but we have the overall trend as well. So if Bitcoin were to tap into this zone, I would consider hedging my big short positions with a long. That's what I would consider. Guys, if you're not in any short positions, please don't assume that this is just going to be a, oh my God, I'm going to long and make so much money on the way up and I have no hedge in this market. That doesn't make sense. Structurally, we are still in a bear market. I have to repeat that because I've seen some of the comments. We are in a bear market. I am making money on the way down with my big shorts. There's nothing else to say on that front. This huge short was shared within my community as well. And I've added to my position. I've taken profits from my position. And if you want those kinds of updates, you have to join my group, which is free because you're trading with your own money. So we're getting a little bit of a move down here. Vision Pulsed Fat Boy. Guys, Pharma Weeb has a great question, and I'm going to... no, I don't have an affiliate link with Hyperliquid. Sorry, guys. I prefer sexes, to be honest, especially ones that you can trust. Do you know of any exchanges open to us that allows to have short and long? So here's the thing. I know a lot of, I'm not going to advocate for this, but I know a lot of people that use VPNs. All the exchanges that I promote, maybe except BTCC, but most of the exchanges that I promote allow you to go long and short at the same time. So you have the option to do that if you want to. You could go long and short at the same time. Okay, okay, we're getting a little bit of a move here. Wow, wow. That's a spike. 71.3 all the way up to 72.2 in a matter of seconds. Holy smokes. We got some interest here, but look at that wick right now. Wow. Wow. I see why people sit on the 5-minute chart. This is entertaining. But it's gonna, watch, the candle's gonna end up being red. Clause low. When will I get access to the group? Already joined Bluffin. So if you've already joined Bluffin and you've made the minimum deposit to start trading, so you're ready to trade, if you DM me, you go here, DM me CBM on Telegram, and you'll be greeted with a bot. And basically, you just click, I already have an account, and then you paste your UID, and it'll automatically generate a link for you to be able to join my group. Do you always use a VPN no matter where you are in the world? It's totally up to you. I like using VPNs, but again, I'm not going to tell anyone to do that. I don't like. I've had great experiences with VPNs. I like the protection aspect. And bot said couldn't verify my UID. So did you, clause though? If you didn't sign up with me, then that might be the issue. But if you did, you know what? I'll text one of my team members right now to get you in. I'm gonna check my Telegram. I'm trying to find your name on Telegram. Is Roth Trader? I did. I use your referral code. Okay, tell me your Telegram handle and then delete it from the chat. Because right now I can see that there's a lot of people that are trying to join the group right now. Remember, guys, if you want to join the group, it is completely free. It's where I share all of my trades. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join. And again, just so you're not surprised, the only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there. We have a massive competition with Bluffin, where we're currently ranked 2nd out of thousands of teams. So we're trying to get the most rewards possible, and you can join my team using that second link in the description down below. Roth Trader, how you doing, man? I'm doing well, my man. Yeah, liquidity map looks juicy, 70,400 for 90 days. It is looking juicy. When you long or short Bitcoin, do you use the one you're already holding in your portfolio? Sorry, I'm new to trading. No worries, that's a great question. So when you're trading Bitcoin, you can either trade the asset itself or you can use USDT, USDC. So if you do coin M, that basically means that you're trading the asset itself. So when you long Bitcoin, if Bitcoin goes up and you make profits, you end up earning more Bitcoin. But if you use these, it's the stablecoin option. So for me, I'm just using straight cash, which means when I secure profits from this trade, I'm actually earning it in stablecoins, so USDT. And then with those stablecoins, I can choose to do what I want to. To each their own. For me personally, I like holding the underlying asset elsewhere, and I like to trade with USDT. This is my preferred method. Okay, I got your Telegram, Kloslow. I would highly recommend that you just delete it from the chat so you don't get spammed with nonsense. Oh, my man, check your Telegram. You already got it worked. You got added. Check your Telegram. It says that you didn't read the message, but you literally got an invite link to the group. Check. Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm not longing this right now. We are above the anchored VWAP though, which is interesting. I'm waiting. Personally, I am waiting. Grab that liquidity, and then it's worth my time. Otherwise, Machi, that wick was one of the most weirdest wicks. I mean, guys, keep in mind I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, right? Not that weird. The more you zoom in, the more strange wicks you'll see, probably. The more we zoom out, Bitcoin looks beautiful. It depends how far you want to zoom out, my man. So I agree with you that the more we zoom out, in the sense of like really zooming out, yeah, the more we zoom out, the more beautiful Bitcoin looks in that regard. But then the more we start zooming in, the more we see that this is typical bear market price action. No avoiding this. It's part of the game, part of the process. And anyone that can't accept that that's part of how Bitcoin operates, I mean, stocks have been ripping. So there's always that market for you if you're into just longing only. My stop loss is at break even on this Bitcoin short trade. So I basically either lose 100 grand in unrealized profits, or I continue to make money as we head lower, because I've already secured around 350K on this one. Mind Pillar Markets, the legend. Yes, sir. Mind Pillar Markets, are you in a long? Because I know that the other one must have got stopped out with some profits, but I'm looking at this daily level, this trend line. We have tons of liquidity here. I really would like to see Bitcoin drop lower, a little bit lower, for me to justify jumping in. Otherwise, I sit on my hands. Macau20, my man. If you watch the live stream so far, you know that I'm technically waiting for a scalp long. Yeah, no long yet for me either. If we bounce from here, it's one of those that I just simply miss. But from a risk to reward perspective, as a hedge against my shorts, and a lot of people don't understand that, but you can make money in both directions, guys. Yeah, 70 to 71K zone looks better. Completely agree. Funny how we come to the same analysis. We have the daily level there. We have liquidity. We have the trend line. The golden pocket, I guess you could stretch it out to that zone too, depending on the pivot. But like, it's very, very interesting for me, at least. We might be just below the golden pocket, actually. Actually, we're in it. We're in it. But a little drop below, I'd like to see that. That would be nice from my perspective. Yeah, Michael Saylor sold his Bitcoin. Michael Saylor sold some of his Bitcoin, I should say. That's why, I know my titles are sensationalized sometimes, but he really did sell some. As you can see here, they officially sold some. Sells 32 Bitcoins. It's nothing significant, but the narrative is what's most important here. He sold a little to show he can. So now what happens? Now, if he sells a lot, maybe the market won't panic. I completely disagree. Vision Pulse Fatboy, my man, tell me where you're looking at this, because when I look at Arkham, it doesn't suggest that he moved more to Coinbase. Do you play any musical instruments? Unfortunately, I don't. I wish I did. Do 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 do. Hi from Portugal. Hello, my man. Zero. He only sold 32 Bitcoins. Come on, guys. And look, I would tend to agree. The only thing is, this is coming from the guy, remember, that said, never sell your Bitcoin. And then he changed the narrative to, well, as long as you sell less than you buy, then everything's okay. And I don't think that this gives that much confidence in investors, to be honest. So it's less about the actual amount of Bitcoin that he sold and more about the underlying narrative here. If you did play musical instruments, would it be drums? I'm guessing that's a shot because I keep on hitting my table. I'm just tuning into the music a little bit. No, it would honestly, it would be singing. I like singing. That's not an instrument, but you get the point. Hype, getting a little bit of a correction, but again, this is in line with Bitcoin, right? I would imagine that on a bounce, hype would bounce harder than Bitcoin. Just my thoughts. The strongest tend to continue to lead. You look like a piano guy. Oh, I would love to be able to play the piano. Maybe I'll buy one for my apartment and disturb all my neighbors. Is Michael Saylor underwater now? The answer to that is yes. So officially, Saylor tracker. Guys, Michael Saylor is officially in a $3.5 billion loss. His average entry is $75,700. Bitcoin is below Saylor's average entry again. And he likes to top blast, as usual. Mayonnaise player. Look, hype is continuing to outperform. And all I would say from an investment perspective, not financial advice, of course, is pay attention to the ones that outperform. Because if we do get a strong pullback for hype over the course of this year, it should be seen as an opportunity, in my opinion. From my perspective, that's what I'm looking at. I agree, my dude. I rely entirely on my own experience. I've been trading the market for almost a decade now, the crypto markets, that is. How much of your portfolio would you allocate to hype and bear market lows? Guys, I'm a very serious investor. So even if for me to be super bullish on something like that, I would probably only allocate like max 10%. So what can I say? Max 15%. Because the thing is, Bitcoin outperforms most of the market most of the time. And I'm a serious investor. I don't dump 50% of my portfolio in alts, as a lot of people irresponsibly do, hoping to get rich. That's just not a realistic way to trade the market. I will be leverage trading. I mean, it's proven to be exceptional on the way up and on the way down. I dedicate your trading. Hats off, Matsir. Roth Trader, thank you very much. Going all in Digibyte, Sleeping Giant. I think in the end, the better product wins. Zero G. Which means I think Hyperliquid is a better product, but you can't ignore the amount of capital and dollars behind something like Binance. They have so much money to do whatever they want with. So sometimes crime wins. Do, 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 do. Not much price action here. A little bit of choppiness. Still looking for a trade, but yeah, guys, I'm gonna keep on streaming for probably a few more hours, but reminder, after the stream, it's hard for me to update you on YouTube if I take any trades and stuff. So if you want to join my community, you know where to find me. It's free. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram and you'll be able to join. Just so you're aware, the only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links and you start trading on there as you'd normally do. So that's where I'll send my updates. If, for example, a trade setup happens and I can't update you on the YouTube channel, I need a way to be able to share it with you guys, and that is my way on Telegram. What is your prediction for end of year, bro? End of year, I would anticipate that Bitcoin has already bottomed out. So, if you look at the historical 4-year cycles, we can bottom out in October, usually, but there is no perfect day. So at the end of the day, the only thing that I'm going to do is buy Bitcoin when I deem it attractive enough to buy. And right now it's $71,000 for my own personal spot portfolio perspective. That is not the case. Deanie, hello, Maddie. Wishing you doing good. Wish you doing good. I am doing very good. Adriana, how has Dubai been treating you? Look, Dubai is great, guys. I love it here. Weather's always nice. It's always sunny. If you're into business, trading, entrepreneurship, fitness, sports, anything you possibly want, there's tons of communities here for it. And so I thoroughly enjoy it here. I feel like I progress in my work even more. I feel like my tolerance for longer live streams compared to when I'm in Canada is 2x, 3x. Yeah, I like it here. It's great. If we don't have a position, do you think a short is better compared to the long? Honestly, if you don't have any active position in the market, what have I been saying over the course of this bear market? Look for swing shorting opportunities and play some scalp longs. So honestly, if I had no position in the market, yeah, there's a chance I just wouldn't take. It's hard to say because we're getting close to a pretty important zone that Bitcoin needs to hold if we're going to get any kind of bounce. So probably I would wait for that zone. But again, in terms of how I allocate towards a trade, I would be using more capital in a short compared to a long. But right now, this is an unreasonable level to go short, in my opinion. If you're not short from higher, this is not the time to just jump in, even if Bitcoin goes lower. From a risk to reward perspective, it just doesn't make sense. Everyone has their own risk tolerance. Curious, what is your total funding on that big short? Well, I've held this short since around $100,000. I've added to the position on the way down. I've taken profits, and my funding, I probably spent $4,000 in funding, $4,800. So that is the trading fee. But obviously, if you're trading with less capital, and I've held this trade open for so long, so what can you do? Look at the crude oil chart. It's back to 90K. The rotation is moving there. Yep. I checked oil as well. Go long in DCA if you are not winning or losing. Do you think quantum computers will destroy Bitcoin? I don't. I think that there will be a solution in due time. Woohoo117. Once it hits 70.7K, is there any specific price action you want as confirmation before entering hedge long? Realistically, I would want a sweep of the lows and then a reclaim. But I have to say, from that zone, it is a zone that I would consider entering without seeing that, just because of my current trades in the market. I am massively short, guys, massively. And so from a hedging perspective, that's the level that I've been eyeing for quite some time. Can we trade oil on Bluffin? Yes, you can. If you guys want to trade stocks, precious metals, oil, whatever, you can trade it all on Bluffin. That's the second link in my description down below. And in fact, that actually contributes to the trading competition too. Whatever you trade, it works. The sun is setting right there. The slow bleed for Bitcoin continues. Guys, there's no clarity here, right? It's not an area that I would just jump in. So I wait patiently, right? I'm in my shorts and I wait for a long. Well, breaking news. On top of Saylor, selling, Iran announces it is ending all negotiations with the US and vows to completely block the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it is ending negotiations due to repeated ceasefire violations, including Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Iran also threatens to block the Bab el Mandeb Strait. Well, there you go. Price action comes first. You should consider visiting Puerto Rico to get great tax benefits. Yeah, I would, honestly. But I love it here in Dubai, and I'm already getting great tax benefits. I don't think I would move to Puerto Rico for the tax benefits, but I would definitely go visit. Matsir, which position do you play in football? I am a center midfielder. Isn't the golden pocket and VWAP in this area? Yes, but we're below it. So you can see right now that we're below it. We're in the golden pocket currently, but we're below the VWAP. No reaction, no trade from me. Can you talk about moving to the UAE? Do they allow you to live there permanently? Yeah, they allow you to live here permanently, but you need to renew every couple years. So that's what I have been doing. 70,400 looks way more interesting. I mean, if we're gonna, it would be nice to grab all of this, but we don't live in a perfect world. 70,400. I can see that. Like, the lower we go, the more interesting it gets. But what are you looking at? Is it simply because of... Ah, yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. If we grab this liquidity, yeah, of course, of course. But that being said, I would be open to maybe adding. Let's see. Let's see. But I agree with you. Like, this is a significant level. This is the daily level. So 70,400 would be lovely. Clause low. Don't mean to keep asking, but I clicked on the link, still waiting for approval. Yeah, normally you should get added automatically, but I've already messaged my team regarding that. And I mean, there's no rush, man. I'm on the live stream, right? So I'm not posting too many updates in there, really. Good morning from Ohio. Good morning. You used to trade everything when you started, but I don't know how you manage because I can barely even keep track of doing these swing trades, mainly finding an entry due to my day job. Yeah, well, I no longer, like, this is what I do full time, right? I trade full time. I'm a full time trader. And the beauty with what I'm doing now, when I'm on the live stream, is, analyzing the charts. I can do it while live. And so this kind of kills two birds with one stone. Cardew, I used to play football, always fanatically, not anymore, but I'm looking forward to the World Cup, and naturally I'm rooting for the Netherlands. What are your thoughts on Memphis Depay? I can't believe he's not going. Okay, it's getting a little bit dark. I might turn on the lights. Full-time trader who barely trades every day. Haha. Look, I'm a swing trader, right? And the thing is, oftentimes I mark out opportunities way before they happen. And there's nothing else to say, right? I don't need, like, realistically, and I like to think that I'm pretty cautious with how I spend my money. I don't need to trade for the next year, and I could live well with this trade. So I'm pretty patient with my entries, especially on swing trades. Scalp's a little bit different, but I don't use as much capital. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz again. Yep, we covered that not too long ago. All right, we're doing a like check because we were hoping for a nice 1,000 likes. We're at 341. Guys, we are far away. We need 660 likes. 660 likes. Can we do it? Can we do it? And speaking of patient trading, guys, if you want to see how I'm trading this market, you know where to find me. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It is a free group where I share all of my thoughts and my overall market analysis. So I just shared it again here, and you can see. How did you identify to go short and understand that Bitcoin already hit the all-time high? So Bitcoin, here's the thing. I've played these cycles time and time again. Even when I had my full-time job, I was trading crypto. Bitcoin runs through 4-year cycles. And the all-time high, I'm not going to act like, oh, I shorted the Pico top, but I did have a great short trade. Look, all-time highs occur in Q4 of the post-halving years. That's always what's been the case. And when you can see that we created a high, this was the first sign to look for a short. When Bitcoin effectively, and I'll go to the 4-hour chart. Sorry, guys, I know I'm zooming in a lot to the all-time high price action, but maybe this could be educational for you. This is where I started getting highly, highly interested. On October 5th, Bitcoin made that all-time high. Then into the week we dropped down, but look at this wick. You guys know I like my wicks. Look at this wick. As we kept pushing up and up and up and up, we simply could not get a closure above this level. Every time that we tried to, we couldn't. And so this was the sign initially that it was going to be weak, or that it was starting to show a little bit of weakness. Then we had a big drop here, and at around $123,000 is when I shorted Bitcoin, and I took a lot of profits at like 100K. Unfortunately, that one I took on my own, but I knew that we were starting to top out here, particularly with this. Check this out. Wicks are super important. This is the daily time frame now, guys. What you'll notice is Bitcoin wicked above this all-time high, and we could not get acceptance. And there was the double top. So that was the first sign. Like, you could see the weakness happening right in front of our eyes. And then, of course, we had the liquidation event, and the rest was history. So yeah, that's it. And then I took an even more significant short around here. We were getting very close to the anchored VWAP from all-time highs. Let me just flick on the music again, guys. And the bull market support band, and everyone was calling for 100K. We saw longs piling into the market. And bear in mind, guys, I also made money longing this. If you're in my group, you know I made a few $100,000 longing this. But when everyone's calling for 100K, there's tons of long liquidity. This was such a great shorting opportunity. We rejected right before this level perfectly, and then we got a major crash, and I took a lot of profits at around $63,000 on my Bitcoin short trade. And the only regret, let's say, and I don't know if you could really call it a regret, guys, but the only real regret is not longing myself here. This is the thing with the community as well. If you can make your own decisions and you're actually solid at doing so, you don't just rely on someone else. A lot of people within my community made tons of money longing from 65K up to 80K. I got tons of messages thanking me for sharing the opportunity, even though I didn't personally take it. I was on a train, the connection was laggy, but I wanted to get this out because we dumped down to the value area low, which was a great long trigger. Now, I didn't expect this to go all the way up to 80K. In fact, I was targeting more the mid 70K zone, but hey, $10,000, $15,000 move, what a move. So my only regret is not taking the long here, but then I added to my short up here after taking a lot of profits at around $63,000. So yeah, that's how I've been trading this bear market so far in terms of big positions. I've taken a couple of smaller wins and a couple of smaller losses along the way. More recently, on Zcash, I took a 60+K loss. So like I said, I take losses too. But over the long term, when I size into positions, my wins greatly exceed my losses. A train trip costed you 6 figures. Exactly, man. So frustrating. The value area low is currently at $65,000. All right, we're starting to lose some light. Let me just turn on the lights. A little bathroom break. BRB. Thank you for not nuking the price while I was gone. What is the value area low? So basically, when Bitcoin creates this range, this is the volume profile. And what usually happens is when you gain acceptance below the value area high, you trend towards the value area low, which is around $65,000. But when you drop and then you reclaim the value area low, you tend to trend towards the value area high. You can see here perfectly on the daily time frame when we popped above and we held on to the value area low as support, proving support, we moved all the way up to the value area high. Then we got rejected at the value area high and we came all the way down to the value area low. This is really, really interesting to me because the bigger the range, the more Bitcoin respects it. So now my expectation is that even though we can get a bounce here, I would say that we're going to trend towards the value area low at around $65,000. This can take a couple weeks to play out, but that would be my base case. The VWAP is taken from the low. The anchored VWAP is taken from the pivot low at $60,000. Do you dollar cost average into positions at all, or do you strictly allocate desired position and manage with a stop loss? I actually use SSLs, which are soft stop losses. So a lot of times my stop loss will be invalidation above this level and I will manually go and close the trade. I understand that that's not for everyone. Not everyone has that kind of discipline to be able to close a trade in a negative, but I've developed that over time. And so I just use SSLs. If you could choose 3 indicators for confluence, what would they be? Look, indicators, I don't like the word indicators because it's the market structure. The structure comes first. And people try to overcomplicate it with their fancy schmancy indicators. But the reality is all trading strategies can work as long as you're consistent with it and you have proper risk management. So for me, it's the market structure that comes first. I will say though, that the first thing I look at in a bear market, trying to judge bear market price action after the market structure, is what we've seen historically and just understanding how the liquidity is flowing around into key levels like moving averages and the volume profile. So I like volume profiles, and that includes anchored VWAPs and things of this nature. But we have the structure and the levels on the chart that come first. Hello again. Hello. Why don't you just put a limit buy order? Because, guys, I like to manage my positions on my own. I'm not just going to set a limit buy order. And what happens if the price just nukes? I make the decision as the price heads down whether or not I'm going to take the trade. So I don't do limits like that. Never have I done that. I've done spot buying in that way, but limits in terms of leverage trading, not a chance for me. What broker do you use? I use Bluffin, guys. Bluffin is the top exchange in the crypto industry, in my opinion. It's the one that I've been using. I have a significant amount of capital on there. I trust them with my capital, and they have some of the best bonuses. And we are currently second out of thousands of teams in the trading competition. If you want to join, that is the second link in my description down below. I will paste it again in the chat if you'd like to join. We can win rewards together. What broker do you use, Brokey? We've been at it for 4 hours, legends. Who has been here since the beginning? Let me know in the chat. Okay, guys, based on the questions that I'm getting, I think it's very clear that I need to do some more tutorials because I'm showing you guys how I do the volume profile and stuff like 8 times per live stream. So I don't want to, maybe because there's a lot of new people, but Nick Tooney, my man. Pace. I'm trading on Binance because I'm afraid that smaller exchanges may have problem with liquidity. Had zero issues with Binance. Look, I get that because Binance is technically one of like the biggest exchanges. They've been around since the beginning, but I don't like the how do I phrase this? The shady market practices that they have in terms of listing shit coins, pumping and dumping, and they're responsible for a lot of things like that, guys. And so what I can say is I trade with a good amount of capital. I'm on Bluffin, and I've been using them for quite some time. My equity here is around 1.7. So you can take my word for it that I trust them, right? So maybe if you want to slowly transition and if you're interested in joining my community, what you can do is, assuming, because you said you're trading with a lot of capital, if you're trading with $1 million, maybe you could transfer a couple 100,000 and then you start trading on Bluffin, see how you like it, see how the options are for you. They also have stocks, oil, precious metals, and then if you enjoy it, then you move over. Live streaming is all about repeating yourself for folks. Yeah, that's true. I salute you for your ability to do these long live streams. Yeah, I'm doing my best, guys. I feel pretty solid though. Today I told you guys it was going to be a good one. The only thing is that would make it better is near the end of the live stream if we can get that trade, because I'm looking into some zones here. The shorts are printing. This one I'm up total 40K, and this one total we're looking at, wow, guys, we're getting close to 500,000 on this trade. The volume profile is because, yeah, I would recommend using, sorry, I'm just reading some questions. The price is waiting so more people can go long than nuke. Maybe, man. JC Trading Life, do you think long around 70K? I am looking to long if we can get a potential sweep of 70.4 around there. We humans are too lazy to look at tutorials, and that's unfortunately the issue with humans. And that's what I noticed, at least in my community. People just want to copy trade. They just copy trade. They don't, and then when it works out, they're happy. When it doesn't work out, you get flamed. So I'm never, like, I haven't launched like a copy trading bot or anything of that matter. I'm always watching you quietly. Nice. Yeah, some people tune in and out. It totally makes sense. I mean, I don't know if there's many people that actually stay on the live stream for the entirety of it, 4 hours straight. That's impressive if you guys do that. And if you do, and if you're enjoying the live stream, don't forget to destroy that like button. We're at 379 likes. Guys, come on. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. I know I said 1,000, but I think we can do realistically, I'm going to go for 700. We've done 600 before, I think. Have we? Well, why don't we just check? Let's go in YouTube Studio and check. $553 is the record. 553 is the record, guys. Let's go for a record amount of likes for a record live stream. So what this means is I will try to live stream for more than a total of 6 hours and 3 minutes, but only if we can get to above 600 likes. And honestly, I think we could hit 700 likes. I really do. Let's smash it. 400 likes. Amazing, guys. 300 likes more to go. We got this. We got this, guys. Do you generate any YouTube income? No. Trade verse 3006. As you guys can probably tell on my channel, I don't have any ads on my channel. And I feel like I could probably earn a good amount. I mean, most videos get between 4,000 and 6,000 views. And I post almost every single day. But nah, it's not necessary, really. It's not necessary. I'm always good for 3 likes from all my YouTube accounts. Alejandro, my man. Only 400 watching. How could you get 700 likes? Well, the way that it works is with YouTube, people tune in and out. So 400 is the, I have the stats right here, concurrent amount of viewers. But as people tune in and people tune out, I have to keep reminding you guys to like, because there's a lot of people that just watch and don't like it. So it is actually possible. I've had it happen before. Like when I got 500 likes, there wasn't 500 people watching. There was at most during that live stream like 350 all at once, but people rotate in and out, which totally makes sense. I've already given more than 30 likes from all my friends that I shared. What a legend. Lick the button, lick the like button, guys. I get paid while I listen at work. I'm learning lots. Absolutely awesome. All right, guys, are we getting a little bit of a bounce here? What's going on? A little bit of bottoming out. Still not my zone that I'm looking for. Unlikers should be banned. It's okay. We got some people that dislike, but look, I mean, I don't have to hide the stats, guys. The feedback is overwhelmingly positive. I mean, we got a couple of people that will dislike, and that's totally fine, right? Hype getting a tiny bit of a pullback. I watch you because you're extremely calm and keep me calm to wait patiently for swings. Nice. I'm glad you say that, because on the live streams I try to bring more energy, but the reality is I'm probably a little bit more like this, and I'm a lot more chill. But I know that when you're a little bit louder on the live streams, it helps people focus a little bit more. It's more entertaining. So I do my best to have a balance of calmness and entertainment. Salvador Perez, the best thing is to agree to disagree. Very true, Rick Tai. How was this when you didn't stream? More lonely or you talk to others? That's a very good question. One of the reasons why I've started the live streams is because, one, I noticed there's a lot of, it was German YouTubers that were doing this. And I thought, well, if they can do it, why can't I? Second, I do very rarely get to connect with you guys. At first, what I was doing is I was answering everyone that was messaging me on Telegram down below. Anyone that joined my group, I was messaging you directly. But now that I have some automations and the group has gotten big enough to where I can only really focus on people trading with over 25K, if there's no questions or concerns from these members, the bigger traders in my group, then sometimes it does get lonely producing videos like you're seeing up here. So the live streams, there's also a way for me to connect with you guys. And you'll notice that a lot of the live stream, I'm just answering some of my some of my comments here. And Korean YouTubers are doing this with big positions too. Crazy. But some of these Korean YouTubers, guys, you see me with a few $100,000 in P&L. Some of these Korean YouTubers are up millions and millions. We're talking like 8, 9 figure. Have I seen a 9 figure? No, I think I've only seen an 8 figure guy. You are just vibrating the energy that made you successful. So it's good that you are that way on stream. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's very nice of you. I'm not a trader yet, but this helps me learn long-term investor until I feel confident. Sweet. Awesome. I saw Hodu making $8 million on his trade. Yeah, crazy guys. Dude, US has launched multiple strikes against Iranian military. Yeah, guys, this is all, the charts come first. You know what I say, the charts always come first. Structurally, Bitcoin is in a bear market. War or no war, Bitcoin was always going to dump. Always. I don't know if I can pronounce your name correctly, to be honest. Awesome that so many of you have been here since the beginning. Rick Ty, US is striking because Bitcoin has to dump. That's why they're doing it, yeah. Why does Bitcoin look weaker than Ethereum? Is Ethereum not a riskier crypto? Ada Love, I'm sorry to say, but that's just factually incorrect. And I'll show you why. If you're talking maybe for the start of this week, sure. But what do you know what chart I'm looking at here? So Ethereum has been underperforming Bitcoin by 38%. If you're talking about this little spike as outperformance, I mean, zoom out a little bit. I really want us to win this trading competition, guys, but we're struggling. We're struggling, man. Yeah, ETH does look like trash for a while. I will say, guys, though, if we even ever, like, if we get an ETH sub $1,000, if we get that, I'm a buyer. Don't care what anyone says. I'm a buyer sub $1,000. Oh my God. I mean, in the low 1,000s, I'm a buyer as well. But yeah. Any additional plans for free tools you provide to the community? By the way, thank you for that. My pleasure. Yeah, we keep on adding to these tools. I shared it in the premium group as well, guys. Gonna keep creating some free tools for you. That is the plan. I see the struggle on the bear side. Salvador Perez, if you're talking lower time frame, maybe. But if we look at the monthly chart, there is no struggle here from the bear perspective, my friend. None. Little pop up. We've never had 3 consecutive green candles for Bitcoin, monthly candles, and everyone was getting excited about this one, only for it to end as a sweep. of the prior range. And now we're back down getting acceptance. Lower time frames, sure. But the 4-hour candle closes in approximately 50 minutes. And I mean, to me, this suggests further downside. This looks ugly, unless we can form a big wick here. So I'm looking for lower to consider a long. How come everyone talks about hype but never Aster decks? Because Aster is garbage. That's why. Hyperliquid is a great their mechanism in terms of how they buy back tokens is awesome. Your hard work and consistency are inspiring. Keep doing what you love. Success will follow. Every stream, every viewer, and every moment matters. Wishing you huge growth ahead. Keep going. Wayfarer Music 1, thank you very much. I appreciate your support on the channel. And it's people like you that make this worthwhile. So thank you very much. There are actually any buyers still. We don't see lower prices. Not sure what you mean. Guys, Saylor didn't sell that much. He sold 32 Bitcoins. It's not the selling, it's not the amount that matters. It's the narrative around it. Saylor has always said, never sell your Bitcoin. And here we are, years down the line, and he comes out and says, well, as long as you buy more Bitcoin than you sell. Well, that's not exactly what he was saying before. So it's a shift in narrative, right? Guys, all the trades that you're seeing, my big Bitcoin shorts, my smaller one, when we had the Clarity Act event where everyone was getting excited that Bitcoin was going to break out, we took that short as well, all in my group. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Again, just so you're not surprised, when you DM that keyword, you'll be greeted with options. And you just have to sign up to one of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there. If you're already trading on KuCoin, Kraken, any of these other exchanges, just hop on over to Bluffin. Join me on Bluffin. I promise it's a great exchange. Move your funds over and join me. You get free updates in my group as well. And obviously there's the massive trading competition that you can partake in where we can get tons of rewards together. And if you can't access Bluffin, well, I have other options for you down below. 2-bit weeks, Velto, BTCC. And I'll share this in the chat. This is literally the only crypto channel where the value goes both ways. It feels like we get more value from this than you do. Well, that makes me very happy too. So thank you for that comment. I'm trying to produce as much value as possible. And I think that, you know, I've been getting some feedback about the live streams, right? Mathieu, it's too long. I'm not going to watch 8 hours of this. But the thing with the market updates, like the one I posted yesterday, it covers, I want to say that this market update covers my trading and what I think could be happening over the course of the next few days quite well. And so these market updates, I find myself repeating myself. But on a live stream, it's okay to repeat yourself because everyone's learning and it's in real time, right? So everything that I said in this video holds true. So those of you that like the 10-minute updates, I'm still gonna do 2 to 3 of those a week. But the live streams, I think it's an opportunity for everyone to learn. I can answer some of your questions in real time. You can see how I reflect on the charts, what levels I'm looking at, how I manage my risk in real time. So I think this benefits you guys a little bit more actually if you have the time to watch the live streams. But if you just want my updates and you're more of a macro investor, macro trader, then yeah, the video updates work well. And then you can just join my group either way and you'll know my movements in real time. I wish Bluffin got an easier way to buy USD directly from the exchange in India, my man. Yeah, it's a bit tricky with India. Can we use Bluffin in Asia? Should be able to. See how you feel holding at the bottom of the bear. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Yeah, Bluffin is better than BingX, definitely. Can you send the link to join your trading team on Bluffin? Absolutely, guys. To join my trading team on Bluffin, I just sent it in the chat right now. Home Makai, I think the answer to that is yes. All right, guys. We're getting a little bit of a push lower here for Bitcoin. This is good. This is well within my expectations. Now we see. Just reading some comments. Only thing Bluffin has to roll out is hedges. Kuro Black 6922. My man, you can hedge on Bluffin. Look, if you go here, let me just, oof, not sure. 1 second. You can definitely hedge on Bluffin, guys. Definitely. If I can access the settings, what am I doing? But there's a setting tab up here where you can effectively turn on in your settings hedge mode. So yes, you can hedge in Bluffin. And if you're already in an active trade like I am, I can't turn it on unless the trade is closed. And so you can create a sub account within your Bluffin account and you can go long if you're shorting and you can go short if you're longing. So you can hedge on Bluffin. Guys, it's very, very easy to do, but you can do it. Just check your settings in the top right corner up here. All right, a little bit of a push down here, guys. How's the stock market doing? Stock market looks totally fine as per usual. Bitcoin getting that move. We just swept the lows. Yeah, Bybit is decent. Bybit is decent. Some people like Bybit. It's decent. Gregor, can you ask Bluffin guys when they plan to roll out Spot API? Because the support agent is... Yeah, I will ask them. Good feedback. Are you planning on shorting TradFi when the bubble breaks? I know you're not crypto only. The thing is, I sell stocks and I buy stocks, and I'm very, very much a long-term investor. So even if stocks, like the way I view stocks is like if stocks dump 20%, first and foremost, that would be devastating for Bitcoin. But I'm a buyer. You know what I mean? So I don't really look to short as much stocks. Now, stocks for the most part have been just straight longs. Long, 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 long. You're doing great. Your analysis is a great tool for any trader, helps manage risk. Different views are very important to manage our trade. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I also appreciate comments like yours, Salvador Perez, because you're a little bit more bullish, right? And I've been bearish. And so I can read these comments and it does make me reflect on my analysis a little bit more. Yeah, it's good. It's good. My man, you don't need to spam the chat. Bitcoin's worth cannot be more than the world's overall assets. 900 trillion is overall world's worth now. How can Bitcoin cross that? If Bitcoin does that, does that mean the overall asset also increasing? I guess yes is the answer. It doesn't have to cross that. But the thesis is that Bitcoin continues to go up and to the right on a long enough time frame. And I don't see why this will stop. Matt, sir. GG to the longs. Thanks for playing. To be clear, guys, I am not long yet. Can you ask Bluffin to add a total P&L in account analysis? Now it is just futures and it just goes to 180 days. Yep. So first I'm going to write what Grigor told me. Let me just get what Grigor told me. I'm going to write it in my notes so I don't forget. But I have a very good connection with Bluffin. So if you guys are looking for some more stuff on there, more than happy to do my best and push them a little bit. And then P&L analysis, more than 180 days. So full account analysis. Dumpy, dumpy, dumpy. The shorts are printing. Guys, we might see Bitcoin sub 70K today. Let's see. I'm up millions on my demo account. I would never recommend to trade with a demo account. You need to put some skin in the game, even if it's just a tiny bit of money. What's your take on going long on AVAX instead of Bitcoin? Sorry, man, I wouldn't. The only alt really that I would look to long on a pullback, and this would just be a trade setup, would be hype. And that's if Bitcoin doesn't just nuke. Bitcoin determines the rest of the market. It has to hurt a little when you lose, exactly. Dumpy, dumpy price action. Has Bitcoin ever nuked while you were watching? Yes, actually, if you go to the channel, my first ever live stream, Bitcoin was absolutely, like, I think we dropped $5,000 or something more while I was live, and I was in a massive short as well. So it was an awesome first live stream. couldn't have asked for any better price action. And I think it was a Friday night after I got back from dinner with my friends, and I stayed live from 11 at night to 2 or 3 in the morning. So it was a good one. It was a really good one. Yeah, guys, if you're in a short, come on, my friends. Let's destroy that like button, because you know my narrative has been pretty much short for quite some time. Let's destroy it, guys. We're almost at 500 likes. I think we can get there. I really do. I think we can get to 700 likes this live stream. I'm calling it now. 700 likes. Let's do it. Volume increasing. Dumpy, dumpy, dumpy. Guys, all the trades that you're seeing, long or shorts, but in this case, I've been shorting with a lot. You know where to find me. It is completely free. First link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram if you want to join. You're trading with your own capital. I'll leave that in the chat right here. Yes, the shorts. I can feel crypto sadness. I'm pretty happy. Because 1, I'll get to buy Bitcoin lower, and 2, I get to make money on the way down. So I get to buy Bitcoin with this money that is being made. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oof. Very interesting, guys. Has some longs piling in here. The CVD's looking interesting. I think people are trying to long this here. Kurash, I answered you. I would not be longing AVAX here. Guys, come on. AVAX has been severely underperforming Bitcoin. It does not make sense. Dun, 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 dun. Stocks are just ripping. Oh, typical. Typical. Sorry guys, I'm just updating the community. Um, I think this 15-minute candle has a strong probability of coming back down. We're getting some buying. Hey, hey mate, you're doing great. Greets, Davinia, member. Nice. Looks like Saylor Bluff is being called. Love the 10-minute updates. Keep the good work. You're inspiring. Thank you so much. I appreciate you tuning into the live streams. I know they can be long, but I think a lot of people, I think we can learn. It's a good learning opportunity on the live streams. And the 10-minute updates, like I said, it'll be a few times a week because for the most part, they cover the next few days after you watch them. Yeah, I do use the USDT chart. That's a very good question, but I don't just use the USDT chart smoking to strokes. I like using this chart, which is USDT plus USDC. And like I said, my higher time frame analysis, guys, remains exactly the same. Look, this is a bullish chart. When you look at this chart, would you long this chart or would you short it after coming into the bull market support band? This is a long. You would long this chart. And why is this significant? This is stable coin dominance. So to me, whether we get a pullback or not here, it looks highly likely that this will pop up, and naturally that coincides with the rest of the crypto market continuing to struggle. So stablecoin dominance is not good for crypto, for bullish price action. I think in the next cycle, Hype will be a much better token than Solana, if that answers your question. I do believe that to be the case. How are we doing on the competition? How are we doing? Man, we're going up a little bit, but we have our competitors here that are crushing it. We need to catch up, man. Let's do it, guys. I'm sending this link in the chat. Let's do it. All right, guys, I'm going to go through some comments as we wait for this to get some kind of resolution here. Every 4 years, I come back to crypto and get wrecked. Well, the strategy, guys, to be successful in crypto is to stay active in the bear market and buy near the bear market lows. Not financial advice. That's just what I am personally doing and what I will personally do. But that is the strategy. Guys, I think the next runner will be the Mon. It's one of the best blockchain projects. I think stablecoin dominance is in the middle of the year doesn't say much. It only shows fear, in my opinion, which is bullish. Salvador, disagree. Disagree, my man. Stablecoin dominance looks very bullish at this point. How long did it take you to become profitable? It took me a couple years. Thoughts on oil futures for this month? I'm not sure about futures, but I think that oil can remain structurally elevated over the course of this year. Alejandro Garcia, I love the long live streams. I'm glad you like them. It makes me happy that you like them. The idea, I know Alejandro, you're also in my premium group, but what's going to happen over time is I'm probably going to start doing longer live streams in my premium group at some point. This could be in a few months from now. Um, but the idea is I'll probably be uploading less on YouTube and paying attention more to my members in my free group. So if you want to join before that happens and I do less content on YouTube, please remember you have the first link in the description down below. I'll copy that and I'll paste it in the description here. It's where I share all my own trades and stuff. Let me refresh. How are we doing on likes? 495. I think we could get to 700. I really do think so. Ada Love, what if we don't, like, and this is an interesting thing. Why did you quit your six-figure job and decide to become a trader? Is it an escape of the 9-to-5 trap amongst other reasons? Yeah. It's, guys, after, realistically, and I have to be real with you guys, after you make a few $100,000 a year, life doesn't really get that much better. And so if I can make that and more while spending less time working, why wouldn't I do that, right? At the end of the day, life is about the relationships and the people you have around you. And, you know, when you're on your deathbed, you're not going to care about how much money you had or didn't have. And so trading is a way to effectively have full control of your time and decide what you want to do with every waking hour of your day. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved numbers, so it works out well. I love numbers. But for the most part, it's a freedom thing. It's a selection of being able to do what you want with your time. And that's why swing trading is also so great, because yes, I sacrificed a lot to get into the position where I can enter big swing trades, but now that I'm there, I basically have full control of my time. I want to do these live streams for you guys, these long live streams. If I didn't want to, you wouldn't hear from me. So it's really a beautiful thing. Versus when you're locked in, it doesn't matter how much money you're making. When you're locked in at a job, it's simply, you know, you're spending your whole day doing that. If I wanted to, I could wake up in the morning, I could go for a walk, go to the beach, get some sun, and then I could go to the gym, have a coffee, breakfast, and do whatever I want with my time. Then I could play tennis in the afternoon, I could play football, I could hang out with friends and family. So it's just having that optionality, which makes trading so attractive when you can really get to that level. But it takes sacrifice early on. And I said this at the beginning of the stream as well, guys. I lost hundreds of dollars in trading before I made thousands. I lost thousands before I made tens of thousands. I lost hundreds of thousands before I made millions. And maybe you don't have to go through that same path, because believe me, losing hundreds of thousands is just devastating, but it's the price you have to pay. And I would imagine, I hope it's not the case, but I would imagine that I'll probably lose millions before I get to tens of millions. But at the end of the day, you don't really need much more than that. So it's not like I'm pushing really hard to strive for that. I'm content. I'm content. Swing trading is optimizing for freedom and scalability. Exactly. I think it's what draws most people to it. It's very competitive. If you don't have an athletic, competitive personality, it's not the same for people that don't. I think that's fair, right? I think that's fair. I've always been super competitive. So I guess that makes sense. And I mean, if I wasn't competitive, I also wouldn't be doing a 5-hour live stream when I could be just having a great time with friends and family. That's what I do on the weekends, right? You need something to work towards, and this is one of those things. What did you do before becoming a trader? As I said, I was working mainly in social media marketing. So I have a really good marketing background. I used to also post football content on across social media. I had a bunch of brand deals and stuff. I have a TikTok account with like 200,000 followers where I had brand deals and stuff. It's literally me kicking a ball. So really into the football world. Football, by football I mean soccer if you are American, and social media marketing. Yeah, money buys time. That's what it's good for. Excellent decision. Exactly. Money buys time. All right, guys. We're getting into an interesting level here. How much one-on-one coaching would I get with a 160K portfolio? One-on-one coaching. Look, I've thought about it multiple times to have some kind of one-on-one coaching, but the only issue with that is, I mean, you guys are seeing the trades that I'm in. I feel like I would have to charge an exorbitant amount of money for it to be worth my time. Just being being transparent. And then it's not, and then I'll feel bad that I'm charging tens of thousands of dollars for that, because there's some coaches out there that charge way more than that even. So I feel as if the way to do it is, one, if you join my free community and you're trading with over 25K, but over 100K you get added to a different priority folder, over 1 million you get added to an even higher tier priority folder. I answer your queries almost as if I'm your friend. And it's less coaching, but it's more like casual, right? So there's less pressure because you're not actually paying me. You're trading with your own money, and all you have to do is sign up with any of the links down below, and I'm more than happy to help you out. And I like it because there's less pressure on me, but also I feel like I can be helpful because I know that you're trading with a little bit more capital. So that's the approach I'd like to take. And then in terms of helping everyone, it's just the content, right? I've been live streaming for 5 hours. So this is my way of helping people out. And then if you want more, then it's in my group. And then if you want more and you're trading with more capital, then you have basically direct access to me. So yeah. Stoned Ape, so glad I found you, Matt. I'm glad you found me as well, and I'm glad you're supporting the channel. So thank you for tuning into the content. Most traders used to have some kind of athletic or competitive past. I didn't know that was true, but it makes sense. I played university football, soccer. So it makes sense. Do you save your money in USD or CAD or dirham? Mainly in stables and dirhams. The bounce is not coming, I guess. Let's see, Roth Trader. Let's see. I'm already your friend, Metzir. Awesome. Damn, I'm into football analysis, Matt. You guys, I found you from Altcoin Daily, which I don't listen to anymore. Well, that's interesting. I had an interview with them. I also had just like a promotional video with them where they gave me a huge shout out, and obviously that helped the channel grow. So I'm very, very grateful for that. The only thing I will say is, I feel kind of bad because the channel is called Altcoin Daily, and I would imagine that some of you came from Altcoin Daily and you heard me talk about shorting Bitcoin, shorting altcoins, how I'm bearish on altcoins, how altcoins will go down. And believe me, it's not fun to be a bear, but I'm just telling you how I see the market, right? And some people get offended and they unsubscribe, and that's fine. But most of the people that have stuck with me along the way and followed my analysis, whether you're in my free group or not, and you're just watching the channel, I hope that if you didn't make money trading, I hope that you've at least preserved your capital and you didn't fall for all the bullshit out there in the crypto industry. And when people tell me that I've helped them in that capacity, it makes me feel so, so good, because that is the point of this crypto channel, right? Believe me, there's nothing more that I want than to be a perma bull. And I will probably be very, very bullish at the lows when you don't want to hear it anymore, when maybe your other favorite crypto influencers have been bullish all the way down from $126,000 to where we are today. Well, I'm going to be bullish probably when you don't want to be bullish. And I've navigated the markets before. I've gotten wrecked before. And I hope that I can guide you as well on the way up as I have been hopefully doing on the way down. Are you planning on attending any World Cup games? Carolina Fleming. I will try to do my best. I want to find a couple of buddies to go with, but yeah, definitely. Great content, one of the few crypto channels that provides good, honest information. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate your support, guys. I fell for all the BS on multiple channels. Now I'm just trying to swing trades and have a few successful trades from listening to you. Awesome. That makes me very, very happy. I got addicted to shorting after watching you, and now I can't long anything. Shit, man. I know. I had this conversation with some of you guys in my premium group. Guys, I made so much money in the bull market shorting shitcoins. So betting on the price going down, because I saw everyone getting excited. I saw the narratives. I saw the shillers. I knew that these dumps would occur. And I made so much money doing that. And I've tried to guide my community along the way. And now there's this mentality that like it's short everything. But I'm telling you guys, we're going to get to a point where it's no longer going to work. And when everyone is looking to short, that's when you really want to start flipping long. And this is the conversation I had about hype, guys. As I said, hype, if I can find it, everyone was asking me, man, like, are you going to short hype? What's going on? What's going on? But guys, acceptance above a previous all-time high like this is not a short trigger. If we go more locally, then yes, we had that initial rejection. And I like these kinds of setups because you have an easy invalidation. But remain adaptive, because this is a good coin. This is a good coin for the next bull market, in my opinion, of course. Like if we get, and some of you might think this is impossible, but if we get like a 40% dip on hype, 30% dip on hype over the course of this bear market, like I'm interested. I'm highly, highly interested. So let's see. Let's see how Bitcoin is reacting here. Just some choppy price action. What are you saying to trade through bots, for example, on PNX? I don't do that. I manually do my stuff. Trading is also hard work, and we love it. A man that stops working starts dying. We only need to work for the right reasons. Couldn't agree more. I'm holding a short since 81,000. TP now, or guys, I can't give you financial advice. I can just tell you what I'm doing in this market. I entered a short at $81,500 within my community as well. Unrealized, I'm currently up around 17.5K. Realized, I realized around 24.8K. So this tells you my mentality, guys. I took profits on this trade. My stop loss is literally at break even. So if this pumps, worst case scenario, I made 25K on this trade. So guys, my non-financial advice is to always take profits on the way down if you're shorting and on the way up if you're longing. But now I'm happy to hold a grave bag. I was going to say a moon bag, but grave bag. If Bitcoin is to just completely nuke here, then so be it. So be it, right? So be it. We just stay in the trade. I'm happy to risk the profits that are unrealized, but I paid myself, and that's the only way I'm able to be okay with risking those profits. Same thing with this trade. Dumpy price action. I love that comment, man. I love that. Rio Gaming. Hi, Matt. Just wanted to say I learned to patiently wait for setups ever since I joined your group. From an average of 10.7 trades per week down to 2.4, but it made me more profitable and gives me better sleep. Yes, that is what I love to hear. If it made you more profitable and you're getting better sleep, it's a win-win. It's a win-win. Some people are obsessed with needing to take 18 different trades a day. It's ridiculous, guys. You don't need to do that. It's not necessary. Wait for high confluence zones, be okay with your invalidations, and you're a lot less stressed. I hope that Bitcoin taps into our level by the time this live stream ends. Otherwise, I will be updating members in my group if I decide to take a trade, when I decide to take a trade. So if you want to join, you know where to find me, guys. It's the first link in the description down below. It is free. You're trading with your own money. Pasting it in the chat again. There is that martini guy who is shorting like you. Yeah, but I mean, what can I say, guys? I don't really pay attention to other crypto influencers. Bro, you're asking me about the $1 trillion market caps of Bitcoin. You've asked me this question like 18 times so far. My man, please. I mainly trade Bitcoin, no Forex, because I have an edge in crypto. You trade where you have an edge, right? How are we doing in terms of likes? 508. Guys, 200 more likes. There's 400 of you watching. I would say that at least a quarter of you haven't liked. We can get to 700 likes. I think it's possible. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Guys, look at the hourly chart for Bitcoin. I know I'm on the 15-minute, but check this out. Like, whoop. Ugly, 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 ugly. That is a hideous 4-hour candle. I'm scared to even attempt a hedge long. I'm petrified. Let's see how liquidity is looking here. CBD. Prices, like, check this out, guys. Prices dropping, and longs are entering, especially on Binance. Holy smokes. But overall, longs are entering as price is dropping. And we created like a, wow, this is bearish. This is bearish. If longs keep jumping in, guys, I'm a little bit concerned to even take a trade. So let's see how this develops. All right, we're below 71. It paid to be patient on the stream, guys. It paid to be patient. We've been monitoring this price action for the past over 5 hours now. Anas, here you go. You don't need to. I'm just playing. I'm happy that you made 27K on shorting Zcash. And it's great that this is what I'm saying with people doing their own analysis, guys. You made money. I actually lost money on that trade. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. I do appreciate it. I shared it in the chat. Guys, we're getting close to an interesting level. I'm just going to update my community quickly, guys. I also have tons of free tools that I share in the premium group too, if you guys want to join. Ah. How much, man? I'm sure a lot of you legends are already using it, but just a reminder that it's part of the dashboard. You can see when longs are. Along with hat size, we'll add a little more of a sweep. We'll add a little more on a sweep of $70,000. Yes. A little more on a sweep. Uh, all right. How are we doing, guys? Sorry, I went into focus mode. I was updating the community there. And actually, I'm going to take just a sliver of profits from my short. Just going to share that. Recent, gotta share. Whenever I take profits, I share it with the group, of course. Also shave. Also share just a little profits for my short. Okay. All right. Sometimes you forget that you're live. And now I just... Okay. All right, legends. All right. Davinia messaged me on Telegram. All right, let's see how this works. So took some profits on the short. Just a little bit. We've realized 380K on this one, guys. I entered along within my community as well. So we got that. And there we go. Now we wait and see. I'm looking for a pop here. If we get to like... Rick Ty, my man. As I said, Wizior, how am I fishy as fuck, man? I have a community. I update my community first. Always. Alejandro Garcia, can you explain how you cover the fees so quickly? Yeah, so as soon as I get favorable price action, so this realized profit when you enter a trade like that, it basically is in the negative because I entered a long. But then I just trim some of the position until my realized profit is in the positive. And that's basically it. Because my entry is 70,737. So let's see, guys. Please remember, I know you guys have blinders on sometimes, but the only reason I'm taking this long is for a hedge against my shorts. I'm in some massive shorts, and this long is significantly smaller than what my shorts are. So I hope that makes sense. Rick Ty, I'm sorry, my man. I can't, like, this is the thing, right? My community always comes first. And so that's all I can really say. Community comes first, so I have to update the community first. If you guys want to see what I'm doing in this market at all times, when I go long, when I go short, I share it in the group and then I come on the channel and I share it, right? I shared it within seconds. But to be fair, the community comes first. It's a free group. You have nothing to lose by joining this, really. So I'll share that down below if that interests you. But I was waiting for this, and I talked about it on the stream, guys. You can make your own decisions. I talked about the level that I would look to go long. So let's see. But guys, remember, I am giga short. I need to make it abundantly clear that if I get stopped out, I'm totally fine. I am giga short. Giga short. And honestly, if we can get to 71.5, I might... If we can... So we're in the short, in the long. Oh, Wizior. I didn't mean you, another guy here talking some weird things. Haha, you tell them how to trade and they still complain. Carlos, my man, I shared my trade in the group, talked about it on the stream. How do you feel about Exness and MetaTrader 5? Guys, it's a hedge. So I'm seeing some familiar faces in the chat here. If you're in my group, I would imagine that you're also in a swing short. So if you're in a swing short, I'm risking a little bit here in case we can go ahead and get that bounce. Yes, sir, 5.5 hours, 5 hours and 41 minutes. So let's see, my friends. Let's see. Trade's looking like this. We took this on the stream, guys. Let's see. Funny, Michael Saylor is selling and we took a long trade. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Binance longs. I'm happy. Actually, the CVD is looking okay, guys. More locally here, the price is downtrending, but you can see it's nothing crazy. At least yet. Come on, give me a squeeze higher. Give me a squeeze higher. We waited for the level. We were so damn patient. Give me a squeeze higher. 2K on the stream? Give me a squeeze higher. Took profits on the short. Yeah, guys, hype is probably going to do wonders. Let's see. If Bitcoin gets a significant bounce, I would imagine that hype will also get a pretty nice one, right? Wow, it just took 5.5 hours to look to get an opportunity that, like, realistically, guys, this could easily just roll over as well. Remember, it's a a scalp. It's a hedge against my shorts. If you're watching this and you're just tuning into the live stream, we took a live trade, but I'm giga short in this market, guys. I still think we head lower over the course of the next few weeks. Don't feel pressured to take a trade that you're not comfortable with. If I didn't have any short exposure, I may not have taken this trade. But let's see. Let's see, guys. Guys, stop promoting world. Jack 66666. Your last hedge didn't end well. My man, I lost a trivial amount of money compared to my shorts. So you guys could criticize me. Honestly, I share my own trades. I couldn't care less if you're going to give me that shit. When I first started posting this on YouTube and within my community, I would get butthurt, but now I've finally accepted that you can't please everyone. I'm in a massive swing short. If my trade gets stopped out, I couldn't care less because I'm making more money on the downside. That's how a hedge works, right? So as I shared in my group, I think the last hedge trade I shared, I lost like $5,000 on the trade, or maybe it was a little bit, maybe like $6,000 or $7,000. But then I ended up making 30K on the way down because my shorts are open, right? So now we see. Now we see. Maybe we move up. I like that. I like that green candle, but what if we get one of these? So let's see. Okay, yeah, I'll ban the WorldCoin bot. My bad. I've been paying attention to hide user from channel. I'd like to see a move to like 72. Like let's get to 71 71.5. That would be nice, eh? Now that we're in a trade, it makes it almost easier to stay live because I'm just staring at my trade. How are we doing, guys? World Cup is near. Everyone will be betting to football. True. Why do people not like WorldCoin? Curious where you set your stop loss as well. Silver Moonshot, my man. As explained multiple times, it is a hedge long. Hedge long. So it's totally fine. We can easily go lower. I think we're going to hit $65,000, to be honest. But in the more immediate short term, I'm eyeing a potential bounce here as a hedge long. Can Zama recover? I bought it over 10K 2 days ago and then it dumped. I have to be honest, Strong Warrior, I don't know what Zama is. There's like a gazillion altcoins in this market, right? So it's difficult to know. I'm not paying attention to every single altcoin. Does anyone know what Zama is? Who do you think will win the World Cup? Who do I think will win the World Cup? Look, on paper, France have an absolutely ridiculous team. But, and it's a big but, chemistry matters. The way the team plays together matters. And because of that, Spain are looking really good. Really, really good. So let's see. Portugal obviously have a tremendous midfield. But I'm not sure. So, while we're watching this price action develop, I wanted to explain why I went long. And it's effectively because of this. We hit a daily level. $70,700. This was a daily level. We dropped below the anchor. Wow. Can you guys still hear me? We dropped below the daily level, and now my Bitcoin chart is all messed up. And so it made sense from a hedging perspective. So let's see now, right? That's it, guys. That's a nasty 4-hour candle. Let's not ignore that. But guys, like the chemistry between the Spanish players is obscene. They're so talented and good together, but it probably helps that, what is it, 6 of them play on Barca? So naturally that helps a lot. Yeah. How about Lab? Do you plan to short it? I haven't really looked into it too much, to be honest. Can you show us the position you took? You're looking at it. It's right here. Guys, this is the position. You are looking at it. Now the music, where'd it go? Where did the music go? Michael Saylor sold his Bitcoin and I went long while maintaining my shorts, guys. Need to make this super clear because I know a lot of new people will join the stream and let's see. I am still bearish on the crypto market. Nice, nice pump, nice. Come on. It's a good level. Why would we care that Michael Saylor does? He actually got Bitcoin. Aren't we leverage trading here? Yeah, we are. But the thing is, these narratives can create leverage flushes. So that's why I talked. I feel like my stream cut out, but we're at 550 likes, and I think we can get to 700 this stream. I think it's doable, guys. I really do. Go on. Looks good for now. So basically, guys, a daily level, I'm just reading some of your comments. A daily level is a level where Bitcoin has previously had a very strong reaction from on the daily time frame. So if you look at this, this is a daily level right here. $70,700. And if price moves up, I might actually let's see. Let's see. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. My man, I'm in the trade. If you guys are coming back on the live stream, already in a trade. Already in a trade. So now if we take a look at the liquidity map, one thing that's interesting is we have more longs. Sorry, more shorts in the market, but there have been some longs that have jumped in. So now it's a question of, can we push? Can we actually get the push that we need? You know what? I might actually, this is one of those where I might move my stop loss to break even. If we break past this zone up here, let's see. Nice. If we sweep. Pop it. Hmm. Yeah, Bluffin is insane. One of my favorite platforms. But because I just didn't open a new account and I didn't have my hedge mode activated, and for me to take a long on Bluffin with my big short open, it requires me to basically close this position, which I sure as hell am not going to do. So yeah. This would be a good 1 hour candle if we manage to close like this. Voice crack. Wow. If we manage to close like this. uh I don't get like I mean I get it because when I started I was doing these kinds of trades, but when you're so like, oh, I'm literally looking at the 5 minute chart, like, come on, give me a pop, just give me a pop, pop up above. It's gonna be devastating. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move. I think I moved the stop to break even. I just want to grab that high, pop above, pop above. It's always nice when you get a reaction from the zones you were eyeing. Like, a lot of the times what happens is you chop around the lows and you get this wiki price action to the downside. But I like when it just happens with one wick. That's always relatively pleasant, let's say. My gosh, $40. I might just take it here. What do you think, chat? Do I take profits here? Or do I wait till it hits 476? $20. Unreal. We got 3 minutes until the hourly. Oh, there you go. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Position protected. Lovely. Lovely. Great long. Great long on the stream. Happy about that. And I'm just taking a screenshot because I share it with the group to show you guys if I made any adjustments. So, there you go. Solid stuff. All right, I haven't been paying attention to the chat, guys. I've just been eyeing it. So awesome, awesome, guys. Made $1,000 on stream. Happy about that. I'm not in the habit. I was saying in my premium group here because again, some of you guys are frustrated that I don't show it immediately on screen, but literally within a 20-30 second delay, I have to share it with my premium group members first. The group is free if you want to join, but that's my commitment to the group, right? So I'll explain the logic behind this trade now that I'm no longer stressed about losing capital. And it's simple, really. We're at that daily level, right? So this is starting to look, we got the 1 hour closing in approximately 40 seconds. And this is starting to look like a decent reversal candle. So let's see. Let's see if we can squeeze on up a little bit. Happy to take some profits here, but the daily level is significant because it's where we tapped into initially on these daily time frames. So like we're always going to get a reaction here. Now, can we get some follow through into tomorrow even? Yeah, it's possible. And I would simply look for a new setup. Some of you were asking me as well, why am I going long if I think that Bitcoin is going lower? And it's simply because I have such a big short position in the market that it's good for a hedge. I'm happy to have a hedge in this market. So yeah, That's the logic behind it. So I'm in a massive short. I'm still expecting lower prices for Bitcoin. I actually told my group just now that I took some more profits off of my short. And guys, all the updates that I'm talking about, the trades, this trade that I just entered, and I shared with you guys after the fact, you could get it for free in my group if you care to see how I navigate these markets. It's completely free. I'll share it again. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, and I'm more than happy to add you into my group. So we just hit some supply, someone said. It's possible here, like that we get some kind of pullback. But always happy when the scalps work out on stream. And we're, guys, would you look at that? We are, if I'm not mistaken, it's a record live stream. We have to smash the like button for that. This is my longest live stream that I have ever done in the history of the YouTube channel. So there we go. There we go. Now, hopefully this doesn't just reverse now, but some pretty solid price action here. 15-minute, like that's a nice close. Even maybe another squeeze up would be appreciated for Bitcoin here. Now, some of you want more, like even tighter scalps where like the full TP would be here, and that's viable as well. But what I would say is, because my initial stop loss was at $69,000. So what I would say is, if you're into scalping in this way, which is what I did when I started trading, basically you look for the reaction and stops are right below the low. And then once you get favorable price action, say up to 71.3, anywhere around this zone, your stop goes to break even, risk-free trade. Then if the price just decides to skyrocket, you're very, very happy, because from a risk management perspective, you're just chilling. But I don't trade like that anymore, but I try to share these kinds of opportunities when I can. So let's see. Live trades always bring the most credibility and new subscribers. It's so tough though on the live stream, because look, we've been at it for 6 hours and 15 minutes. And let's not kid ourselves. It's been a long one today. It's been a long one. So now I'm just gonna wait and see. Best case scenario, in my opinion, is a reclaim of this anchored VWAP, and no more wicks, please. So let's see. Happy with that reaction. You target the zone, and guys, at the beginning, I should probably stop saying guys, but as we kicked off the live stream, we discussed this opportunity, the daily level. And I talked about it today in the live stream, but it was also the level that I highlighted within my community. So some people may have already taken the trade before I even sent it. So this was always going to be an important level. But anyways, now we see what Bitcoin can do from here. Rick Ty, been here since the beginning. Awesome stuff. You're amazing, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Guys, there's been times where the trades just don't work out, right? Everyone's happy when the trades work out, but when they don't, yeah. But let's see. I would love no retests here. I would just love a move to the upside given my current position in the market. So let's see. I'm still calling the bluff on Saylor. He is clearly not selling anytime soon. Salvador Perez, my man, he did sell. It was confirmed, right? He did sell. I don't know how much he'll sell in the future, but he did sell. Yep, my position is protected. Even stock market is having a mini rally. Is it now? Are you surprised? The stock market just keeps making all-time highs after all-time highs after all-time highs. Guys, the stock market, keep in mind I'm in Dubai, so the time zone is... The stock market closes in 3 hours. Should we extend the stream and do a 9-hour live stream until the stock market closes? No. Maybe one of these days I'll do from market open to market close, but probably when I'm in Canada. Because in Canada, at least, the time zones line up where I can go live right at market open and right at market end. It's still a reasonable time. It's already 9 p.m. I wake up early. I have my routines. We're going to stay on the stream a little bit longer for sure, but we're not going to do till market closes. I want to see how this develops. And great spot to take some profits off the short as well. Rick Ty, if you do 12 hours, it's just in time to wake up my chickens. That's sick, man. You have chickens. Nice. How are we doing for likes? 587. 587. I still think we can do 700 likes. Is it possible? Is it possible? Unfortunately, this trade was taken on weeks. Well, not unfortunately, because it's a solid exchange as well. If you want to trade on weeks, if bluffing doesn't work for you guys, I've been trading on weeks as well. And I trust them. Like, I have just under a mil on weeks as well. So it's, you know, I trust weeks. I trust bluffing, but mainly bluffing is my go-to. So if you can't access bluffing, you can get 25% off your trading fees on weeks if this alternative works for you. And then you can get access to my community. If you DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram, you know the drill. You're able to join. So I'm sharing it in the chat. And if you're joining from bluffing, make sure you sign up to the competition, because let's win this competition. How are we doing for volume here? We're number 2. We're number 2 out of thousands of competitors. And I know I've repeated myself, but I think we can play catch up here. And I think we can really get to number 1. We just need some strong days. We got 14 days left. CBM, what's your opinion on staking, Nick Tooney? That's a good question. So obviously there's safe ways to do it. I have personally had bad experiences in the past. I mean, more recently in the last cycle, you guys remember Luna? Well, their protocol Anchor, algorithmic stablecoin, UST. I lost some money on that, thinking I'm earning a free 20% yield. You know, 20% was a good number because it was a number that wasn't too high that made it seem like, oh, this is a scam, right? But it was attractive enough to put a significant amount of capital. So I lost money in that. And I think that it's really good that at these periods in the crypto market, I didn't have a YouTube channel, because, you know, you have to take responsibility for protocols and things that you share with other people. And I feel like I would have probably shared that, because I shared that with some friends of mine as well. And they didn't blame me afterwards, but, you know, people lost money on that. So I'm glad that I went through periods in the market where there was a little bit of more of a degen side of me, and I've kind of gotten most of that out of the way at this point, to where I feel as if I can guide people in a better way. Because I would have felt devastated if I had a community and I lost my own capital in staking on Anchor protocol, and then losing money, and then people lose money because I talked about it on the channel. So that would have been devastating. Richie4199. Matt, you have a mil sitting on another exchange. How much is sitting in trade stables? Guys, I'm not going to share how much capital I have. It's out of the question. But what I will say is, I gave the analogy, I lost hundreds to make thousands. I lost thousands to make tens of thousands. I've lost tens of thousands to make hundreds of thousands, and I've lost hundreds of thousands to make millions. And I'll leave it at there. I'm doing well for myself trading this market. Whether we go up or down, I've been in the market, trading the crypto market for almost a decade now. I sure hope I'd be doing well, because when you dedicate that much time to something, you expect it to pay off, right? So I'm doing well for myself, but I'm not going to share my capital. Now, as it pertains to my groups, where I share my spot portfolio and things like that, where I plan to share my buys and things, it's used as a percentage. So I'll say something like, I'm taking X percentage of my spot cash position to buy X tokens, etc. So that's how I'm going to play it. The only time that I show the actual dollar amounts is obviously on the stream, you can see, but within my community, whenever I show a win or a loss, I share the amount that I won or lost on a given trade. I think that this makes it transparent, and I've actually done a poll recently because I don't want anyone to think that it's a matter of flexing, because it's not. It's just to show people how much I'm winning and how much I'm losing, because a lot of the times I've lost trades where I've lost 10K, 40K, 50K, but then I have a 250K trade, a 300K trade. So I do have some losses. I'm not going to shy away from them, but I want to show people the capital that I lose and the capital that I win. And I think it makes for a good transparent community. Look at that. Yeah, hype is looking decent. Let's see. Wizior, exactly. Matt, I'm only asking because it sounds risky to leave money to sit on exchange, and I love that you use percentages is the best way to relate to our bags. Look, I use the capital that you see on exchanges to trade and to trade only. I do have, like, as far as my stables go, I don't have all my stables on the exchanges. This is the capital that I'm good with trading with. With that being said, I trust the exchanges that I'm using. So I haven't had any issues with them. I've met a lot of the teams in person as well. So that instills a little bit more confidence. And so that's what I will say. But yeah. Kira Yagami, back to 80K. Woof! If we went to 80K, that would be sweet from the longing perspective. If we go to 80K, you should never calculate your profits like this, by the way. Don't get excited. If we go to 80K, this trade that I took on stream would make me $42,000, assuming we can do that without tapping into the lows again. Well, let's see. Which exchanges do you use? Guys, all the exchanges that I use to trade crypto in the description down below. My go-to exchange by far is Bluffin. So my massive swing short position, that has been on Bluffin for quite some time. You guys know I like to trade on here. They have tons of options, stocks, crypto, precious metals, like anything you really want to trade is on here. So my go-to exchange, and they have great bonuses as well if you sign up with the links in the description down below. And on top of this, you get access to my community if you do. The other one that I took this scalp long trade on is Weeks. So Weeks also have some great bonuses. Let me just move this out of the way. So right now, you get 25% off your fees if you sign up with me on Weeks. And based on your trading volume, you get fantastic rewards as well. So guys, there's lots of options. Some of these may not work for you in your region or whatever it is, but you got tons and tons of options down below. There has to be one that works for you, especially if you're eager to join the community. It's you got some options. I mean, if Bitcoin, now that I'm in a long, you can feel free to take off. I'd absolutely love that. J'ai tellement faim. Oh man. Usually what I have for breakfast, steak and eggs. And that's what I had this morning. However, I haven't eaten since. And we've been at it for 6 hours and 30 minutes. All right, guys. Well, the trade is in. My base case is still the same. Does everyone now understand my higher time frame analysis? Because I have no issue like once per stream going through it. It's totally fine, especially given the fact that we've been here for 6.5 hours. And it time passes. Do you guys want to know my higher time frame analysis again, or is it abundantly clear? Because I don't want to bore people with the details if they don't find it interesting. It doesn't seem like I'm muted. I can see my mic working, so it might be an issue on your end. Sound is fine. Can't hear you. JJR, you seem to be the only one, my man. So I would recommend... Dude, you're still on? Respect. Yes, sir. The guy on the net. No issues. I can talk about my trading journey. So I have to remind everyone here again, and I've said this a lot on the channel, and we'll do the higher time frame analysis afterwards, and then we'll wrap up the stream after that. So I was always working a full-time job when I started trading, always. And I was earning a good amount of money. And if I wasn't working a full-time job, it was my business where I poured some of my profits into my trading because I know how much freedom this can provide. And I just stuck at it. But on that note, this question comes up a lot. I get questions like, should I drop everything and just do full-time trading? And the answer is, if you can't supplement your trading with a full-time income, it simply doesn't make sense. Like, guys, nothing that I talk about here is financial advice. Please remember that. And read the disclaimer in the description down below if you haven't already. But basically, it's foolish if you've never traded before to assume that you can just drop everything and start trading and you don't have some kind of fund for yourself to mitigate the risk. What I mean by this is trading when it's your only job is a different kind of stress. If you need to trade and make money to put food on the table, it is a different kind of stress. So what I would always recommend is to ensure that you have some other source of income coming in to supplement your trading until you get better and better at trading. I started with a few hundred, then a few thousand, and I could have started with a lot more given what I had saved up, but I felt that it wasn't the wisest decision. Then I got to the point where, and I've talked about this before, where I entered a massive trade with basically everything that I had, and I got absolutely... Can you guess? What happened? Did I get absolutely smoked or did I win that trade? I won the trade. And that was the worst possible thing that could have happened, because then you feel like you are absolutely invincible. And then the next trade, you start sizing up even more. And the next trade, you start sizing up even more with capital that you cannot afford to lose. And that was going from feeling like you're on top of the world to ground zero, which is a humbling experience, but it happens. It happens to the best of traders early in their career. I don't know many really good traders that haven't blown their accounts in the early days. And then I gradually built up from there. And that's that. You took the 70. Yeah, guys, I'm already in the long. We discussed this on the channel and within my group. We're already on there. So yeah. Matt, you must be very skinny. Don't forget to eat, legend. Not really, my man. I feel like I got to cut a little bit for summer. Close the stream and open it again. It will work. Exactly. Any Forex trader here? Nah, we don't do that shit here. I'm kidding. I mean, I don't do that shit on the channel. You won't catch me talking about Forex. All right. Higher time frame. What's going on? So let's grab a new Bitcoin chart. Where are we in this cycle as it relates to previous cycles is something that I'd like to discuss. I might does Coinbase have all the historical data? Like, do we have, why does it just stop at 2022? That's so annoying. How about this one? Bitstamp 2020. What? Unreal. There you go. All right. So this is how we're looking. Bitcoin is in its bear market year. If you didn't know that, well, now you know. And in bear market years, Bitcoin is downtrending, and typically its bull market support band flips as a bear market resistance band. And what this means is you can get some moves to the upside, but they typically get rejected. And so long as they get rejected, you can see here, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, which is last month's candle in May, Bitcoin can drop much further. Now, what you'll notice is that every single cycle, Bitcoin drops significantly from its all-time high to the measured bear market low. In the first cycle, we saw a 93% crash. Then we saw an 85% crash. Then we saw an 84% crash. Then we saw a 77% crash. And most recently, we've seen Bitcoin drop as much as over 50% from all-time highs to the 60K lows. What you'll notice here is that this is diminishing drawdown. So as we have diminishing drawdown, we also have diminishing upside in the bull market, which means the multiple from the bear market low to the bull market top is less. So what this means is we'll just take the quick example of the previous bear market low to the bull market top. That's a lovely 2,000% move. From our last bear market low to the bull market top, we're talking around a 700% move. And it gets more and more significant as we go back. Now, the drawdowns are less significant, which is good news because it means the asset class is maturing. However, I don't think a 50% drawdown is enough to call for the Bitcoin bottom. Usually Bitcoin likes tapping into these levels, which is the Bitcoin realized price and the Bitcoin balance price. Currently, the Bitcoin balance price is all the way below $40,000. Now, I'm not calling for that, but I am open to the possibility, and I would be stacking heavy if that were to happen. But the realized price is around 54K. Now, that might seem like a more logical bear market bottom. My expectation is that Bitcoin will likely bottom out somewhere between 60 and 65% down from the all-time high. Remember, last cycle, we bottomed out around 77%. So that's not even that significant. And if we take a look at this, you could see that from this bear market to this bear market, the first one to the second one, Bitcoin dropped 8% less. And then we have 1% less, and then we have 7% less. So 7% less could bring Bitcoin to a 70% correction if we were to assume that that's the case. So I think 60 to 65% drawdown is not only realistic, but I think it's actually generous. But it's where I would look to accumulate. And so, where would that put Bitcoin? 60% puts Bitcoin at all the way down to below $50,000. 65% puts Bitcoin down to the low to mid 40Ks. And 70% puts Bitcoin all the way down to sub $40,000. So how do you want to play this if you're interested in stacking Bitcoin in the long term? How does this typically play out? How should you be stacking it? If you're interested in Bitcoin in the long term, not financial advice, of course, I'm just telling you what I will personally be doing. If we start going below 60K, I am personally going to allocate around 15% of my total cash, which is already ready to be allocated into Bitcoin. And keep in mind, I'm adding to this cash every single day with the trades that you're seeing me take on the channel. Now, if Bitcoin, and rather than drawing, I should probably just, sorry guys, I'm not looking at the chat whatsoever. I'm just kind of going through this. So below this low. Now, if Bitcoin is to go down to here, all the way down to here, this is my 15% level. Keep in mind that my strategy is probably going to be different to yours because I did accumulate and I still hold some Bitcoin from the bear market lows from 16K up to 30K. I was accumulating. I sold some on the way up, but I'm still holding and I'm never out of the market. So I'm patient with the attractive levels to accumulate Bitcoin in the long term. If Bitcoin is to go below $49,000, which is this significant pivot, this summer wick that we got in August of 2024, I am going absolutely ballistic accumulating Bitcoin with 85% of that cash available. So that's what I'm looking at. You might say, well, aren't you going to be disappointed if Bitcoin drops here and then pops up? No, because I'll do 15% of my total cash position around here. And I'm more than happy to have more cash because I'm happy to diversify. Maybe I use some cash to have a bigger trading portfolio over the course of the next bull market cycle. Believe me, I will be bullish. And yeah, that's effectively my plan. I think that Bitcoin will drop somewhere between 60 and 65%, although 70% again would not surprise me, and it should be seen as a ridiculously good opportunity in my opinion. And anything below 70%, I mean, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. So those are my thoughts. And in these dumps over the course of likely this year, maybe we already sweep the low going into this month, like in June, it's a possibility. I will simply be looking at other interesting crypto projects, and one of them that I already have my eyes on is Hype. But for now, we took a scalp long trade, and it is looking lovely. We're up, we've secured over $1,000, and I'm up around 4.4K. Oh, this is great price action. So that's those are my thoughts. And stocks all-time high. What did we say at the beginning of the stream? Watch stocks make a new all-time high. Well, it happened again. Too easy. Too easy. All right. That is the analysis for the long term. I think that that's what's going to happen over the course of this year. I think I will get better buying opportunities for Bitcoin. All those buying opportunities and the trades that I'm sharing day by day are in my group. If that interests you, it is a free group because you're trading with your own money. So if you want to join, you know where to find me, guys. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram after clicking this link, and you'll be greeted with options. I'll share it in the chat. And when you see those options, it basically just asks you to sign up to any of these exchange links. You know my go-to is Blowfin, but I have Weeks, I have 2bit, Velto, BTCC, whatever works for you in your region, you can join. And after you've signed up, you basically paste your UID to my bot, and it just generates an automatic link to join you in the group, to add you to the group. Can you tell it's getting late? So yeah, let's see, guys. Let's see. Crystal ball worked. I'm stuck with your channel now, Matt. Prime Vids 3. Prime Vids 3, guys, says he's looking for 38 to 42K as the bottom. The 786 retracement. That is also a viable bottom. But I have to be honest, guys. If you believe in the asset class long term, please don't try to time the perfect Bitcoin bottom with all the capital that you're ready to be allocated into the market. Please don't make that mistake, because next thing you know, you can wake up, Bitcoin is $5,000 higher, and you might think, oh, it's okay, we're going to come back down. We're $10,000 higher. Oh, okay, we're going to come back down. We're $20,000 higher. I'm getting a little bit nervous, but we're still in a bear market. We're probably going to come back down. And next thing you know, Bitcoin is $40,000 higher from the bear market lows, and you missed out because you were trying to time the Pico bottom. The idea is you get close to the bottom and you get close to the top when it comes to selling. So that's how you want to play it, in my opinion. Obviously, you can choose to do whatever you want, but I'm just telling you what I'm going to do and how I'm going to share it in my community. That's currently what I'm looking at. Slowly but surely get some exposure. And it's better to have some exposure than to completely miss the boat. So Carlos Herman, I took profits on the long already. I took 25%, and my stop loss is at break even, which means that if Bitcoin comes back down, at worst, I get stopped out at break even. And so I'm just chilling. I don't really care if it gets stopped out. I need a slight hype retrace. Work your crystal ball, please. Work my crystal ball. Guys, how are we doing on likes? 600. 600. 608 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Do. Back down from here, short-lived fake out. I don't care if that's the case. If it is, then so be it, right? I made $1,000 on the stream. It's all right. Let's go. We break in records. Bitcoin to 1 million. J Tinman. In our lifetime, maybe. If we keep on seeing inflation out of control, we might. Maybe. Yeah, look, as much as I think the Clarity Act would be good for crypto, I think that the government has other stuff on their agenda, like the potential war. It's probably not their #1 priority, even though in the media they make it seem like it for all of us crypto lovers. We just have to be realistic, right? Not giving up without a fight. So some of you were asking as well why the target for my longs, and honestly, there's so much liquidity to the upside. It's one of the main reasons. I would like to see all this swept before Bitcoin can move lower, in my opinion. I would really like to see a lot of these shorts. Look, guys, 7-day. We wiped out so much leverage here. 1.86 billion on the left, 8.6 billion. So honestly, if Bitcoin went all the way up to $77,000, that would be incredible. But ideally, I'm looking at this cluster up to minimum 75. That would be ideal for me. But who knows how it will play out? No one knows. I just play the probabilities, and as we discussed on the live stream today, the probabilities favored Bitcoin getting a little bit of a bounce. We watched the entire live stream Bitcoin going down, and I waited for my level that was highlighted on the chart ahead of time, $70,700, the daily level. And I took profits, some more profits out of my big Bitcoin short. We're currently getting close to that $500,000 P&L. So let's see. And that's that, guys. That's that. No crystal balls here, just probabilities. And yeah. I was gonna potentially wrap it up, but I think so. I think we do it. I think we had a great live stream together, legends. 6 hours and 50 minutes. Longest live stream to date. Most amount of likes to date. We caught a great live trade, over $1,000 in profit here. Reacted right at the level. Took some profits on my shorts on stream. Happy with how that played out. Guys, if you want to see how I'm personally trading the market for free, outside of the live streams, because I do post my trades on in my community before I share it on the live stream, you know where to find me. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you're able to join that private group. I know I've been shilling it, but I hope it can be a very helpful group to you guys as to how I navigate in this market as a swing trader as well. And DM me that keyword and I'll see you inside. Otherwise, I will see you in the next video, and please destroy that like button as I head out. Let's get this out to as many people as possible. See you guys in the next one.